know where the truth once stood. A kingdom of confusion carved out of falsehood. But he walks through the ruins like a prophet reborn. A voice once in fire, a light dark is gone. The chaos watches with an all-seeing glare. Guardian of reason in a world unaware. When the overlord stalls at the edge of the frame, the faithful rise up, they already know his name. I'm here to resurrect the second coming of common sin. I come to wake the sleeping, the church will bring the fair. No hurdles, no illusions, no hollow in compare. He's here to resurrect the second coming of common sense. Misled, picking truth from the wreckage, raising dawn from the dead. Every word is a weapon, shot and declare, exposing every shadow we pretend not to fear. And the overlord rises with the suffering command. A beast of judgment, the Lord will give his bid. On his power, it's through the silence of the night. The loyal understand, Trigger keeps the balance right. I'm here to resurrect the second coming of common sense. I'm making the chaos of found to strong against the darkness, rising defend. He's here to resurrect the second coming of common sense. Now you're head to the beast that patrols the dawn. Sentinel of reason with the ball-crushing blood. If his bull runs empty, the shadows will consume. The world cracks open. Usher it up. So read the command, don't deploy a core. If you know what's good, feed Morty the overlord.
All right, welcome back to the party, everybody. This is Morty, and I'm your host, Lutch, aka the Indian Jesus, here to resurrect the second coming of common sense. Everybody hit that like and subscribe. You know I would do it for you, and let's party. Welcome, welcome, welcome. What is going on, guys? I am excited for this one. So, a little bit of a slow-ish news day, but we got some stuff here that is definitely worth talking about. We have two separate things. First, we have Brian Shapiro, who we covered the other week and was just the worst person ever. There was an incident with Savannah Hernandez from TPUSA. She was attacked while she was covering one of these protests. I think it was a No Kings protest or something like that. And he's essentially saying no big deal. And it's wild compared to all the rhetoric, of how the right is violent and how all that stuff. And then you might have seen that Andrew Wilson was on Triggernometry, and we're not going to go through that whole thing, but we got some clips that we are going to check out. Shout out to Colonel Quail in the building. Welcome, welcome, welcome to the party. Very good to see ya. Like a bad man. Right, we also got our boy Dick Johnson. Welcome, welcome, welcome to the party. So let's dive right in. As always, guys, if you cannot hear the video, please do let me know.
Savannah Hernandez from Turning Point gets slammed to the ground. In rushes Brian Shapiro.
Can you say it's categorically false if anybody says that you guys are violent people?
We are absolutely not violent people.
You're making the claim Savannah made physical contact first with your daughter.
He feared that somehow this single woman was going to plow through a crowd of 30 and 40 people to get to his wife and daughter. So he had to shove her in the back. The most blatant examples ever I've seen of a host just literally making the case for his dumb guest.
Let's get into it. And of course, shout out to Rob Normal America. Link in the description. Definitely go check out his video without my commentary. And then, of course, give him a subscription.
There's this TPUSA lady, Savannah Hernandez. She apparently shows up to some anti-ICE protest.
Oh, of course it was anti-ICE. Of course it was anti-ICE. Shout out to Heimdall. Welcome to the party. It's a video showing he told his daughter to do it. Yep. You're stepping on my video, y'all. You're stepping on my video. I'm just kidding. Welcome to the party. It sounds like a hostile place. Stay away, Savannah. Yeah. As you're about to see, hostile is putting it lightly. Welcome.
She's arguing with the people and she gets attacked. Warning, it's a little language and violence, but here we go.
So this is Savannah, and they're at the anti-ICE protest, and so bam! And so that's the daughter attacking her.
I had a 200-pound man that shoulder checked me. This woman is like right up on me. She like keeps touching me, and yeah, I'm here by myself. Stop. Okay.
That's a dildo. That's their new thing. They just throw dildos at people. Shout out to Chronic. Welcome to the parties. And most leftist centers are hostile places. They're hostile people. They're always angry. They're always charged up. And especially in a situation like this, they're ready to go. And also now people have to stay away from public places. That's what they want. That's why we need to open up the gun rights and make sure that maybe you gotta think twice before you do some dumb shit. Because I don't know exactly where this was. Maybe he'll say exactly where it was, but I would assume that this isn't a place where concealed carry is a thing, because you should at least expect that if you're somewhere where there is concealed carry, you don't do that to somebody because they might be packing. Then, on the other hand, we did say the Alex Preddies and the Renee Goods, why did you use real bullets? They think it's a game. Shout out to Avery. Welcome to the party. Very good to see you, sir. We also got our boy Salty. What is good? Was it Minnesota? That would make a lot of sense. Rebel Rousers on the InfoWars side? I don't even know what the InfoWars side is anymore. I honestly don't. But this is clearly the anti-ICE side. And they're violent. We'll back that up a little bit. This is, here, I'll just start that back where we were. Boom, 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 boom.
Stop touching me!
Oh, it's your birthday? Hey, happy 420. Dilly, of course. I rolled up something a little extra special for the holiday, but I gotta wait for later. Chronic said it's crazy how many things Alex was correct about. Yep, they were indeed turning the frogs gay.
I had a 200-pound man that shoulder checked me. This woman is like right up on me. She like keeps touching me, and yeah, I'm here by myself. Stop.
What's the next AI tool that we need is getting rid of whistles in videos. Like specifically, you know how they can remove the music? Just remove the whistles. And again, yes, she's obviously trying to create content that's going to go on YouTube, and they're, we'll show a dildo. The audacity to be like, don't touch me.
How dare you?
your glasses here, and all I'm doing is standing here. All I've been doing is filming this.
You don't know what the fuck. You don't know what. No. You don't know.
And so maybe that's what they're talking about, the initial contact. But again, she's like, "You don't do that." Like, come on. There's Dick Johnson. Welcome, welcome, welcome to the party.
I don't know what's going on here. This woman came up to me and she's screaming in my face.
There's our big boy. Oh yeah. And look at, I mean, let's look up how tall she is. I would imagine that boom, we got Savannah Hernandez. We got a wiki. No wiki. Height. 5'3". She's 5'3". She's shorter than me. She's shorter than me, and she's a woman. And this is look at this. Just the still. What are you doing, bro? What are you doing, bro?
Classic fucking. Now, this always works this way. If it's one lefty that shows up to a right-wing rally and starts shit and gets in a fight, it's a tragedy. It's the right's violent. If it's a right-winger that shows up and there's left-wingers protesting, well, the police could do nothing and you could beat the shit out of the right-wingers. No problem. You could assault them. No issues. Always the way how it goes, right? That's how it goes.
Girl said she got clobbered. That kind of looks like she could be PPP sister. Who's PPP? PPP. Who's PPP?
Now, I saw this last night and was like, classic bullshit. I assume no charges will be pressed, whatever. Now, it turns out the father and the wife there, I think, or at least maybe the father and the daughter have been given misdemeanors. However, I don't believe the wife has been charged. Now, why am I talking to this story in context of Brian Shapiro? I'm still getting over the fact.
Wait a minute. What was that? What was that? Hold on a minute.
Story in context of Brian Shapiro.
Oh, that covers the dick. We want to make sure, right, Brian, that everybody sees the dick. Wild. Somebody said, I saw some original footage of this taken from the protesters. The father set it all up, told his daughter to go blow a whistle in her ear, and then the family attacked. Yeah, we're gonna get into all of that. Yeah, I don't know who that is. If you guys wanna let me know.
I'm still getting over the fact he asked to see my penis, the penis gate tragedy on.
Yep. Oh, I forgot about that. When it's like they were talking about trans stuff, and so I guess I don't remember the exact context, but Rob was saying, "Well, yeah, I'm a man," and Brian's like, "Well, let me see your penis." It's like, hey, yo.
Ongoing. We'll have more to come with that in the coming days. I'm trying to work through it. The reason is syndicated radio host Brian Shapiro, when he's not asking to see people's penises, actually does have a syndicated radio show where at least 50,000 people a day are watching. His guests today on the show were aforementioned husband and wife involved in this assault. Now let's see what Brian and this husband and wife had to say.
Yeah. And so again, we just saw the video that very clearly a very little petite woman is just standing around filming and asking questions to people. Sure, that is antagonistic to some level, but not as antagonistic as the protest in the first place. I have no idea who that is. PvP from Kino. What do we got here? What are we looking at here? There's a whole bunch of different people here. I don't know. Reference over my head. Apologies. All right. And yeah, we saw that that she was just standing around, and because they got mad that, oh, you're in our space, they say at the anti-ICE protest, they decided it was okay to put hands on her and shove her to the ground. Shout out to Bulk Roman. Welcome. So the Andrew Wilson on Triggernometry video was good. Wilson basically forces the Trig crew to justify why they defend male poop play. Well, we will definitely get to that. welcome. Yeah, I don't. She is. And so again, yeah, we saw her not doing anything wrong, and we saw this dude with his face.
So you and your wife and your daughter, can you say it's categorically false if anybody says that you guys are violent people?
We are absolutely not violent people. In fact, we tend to shy away from it. In fact, Jolly Ginger, who's a known
Jolly Green Ginger. Jolly Green Ginger? Is it? No, just Ginger. I forget what is it? What did you say? Jolly Ginger? Yeah. So that is a TikTok leftist who is absolutely insane, has doxed a bunch of people and got kicked off, not kicked off, but, scared off of TikTok because people were not happy that he was A, lying, B, doxing people, and just C, being incredibly annoying. He used to do history videos, and then he just, got TDS essentially. Yeah. So this is the guy. I'm not sure. This might be the daughter. But these are it's these two. Chronic said it's crazy, just like the Iranian war. They see it with their own eyes, yet somehow the U.S. and Israel are losing. Ay vey. Right. So the only limit Brian Shapiro pushes is the ridiculousness of being so blatantly in the closet while at the same time claiming to be straight. I believe it. Let's see what he's got.
Jolly Ginger, who's a
and Rob over here mimicking the head nodding.
We tend to shy away from it. In fact, Jolly Ginger, who's a known protester out there.
Loser.
He was on the front lines with me, and he made fun of me the last time he was up here because he said, Chris, until you're up there in front yelling at the cops with the intent to possibly get arrested, you're not really a protester. So he was joking.
So that's the mindset. You have to be willing to antagonize and break laws. Otherwise, showing up and saying, we want this thing, it's not a protest. It's not a protest. That's their starting line. Chris and Diana are father and mother of the daughter who was blowing the whistle. Yeah, I wasn't sure if over here is the daughter, but I don't know who this lady is, but these are definitely the parents.
The intent to possibly get arrested, you're not really a protester. So he was joking with me because he knows I'm always the guy in the back. I tend to stay away from anything.
I haven't heard about Stick, Sex, and Hammer in a long time. A lot of people used to compare me, I don't know if content-wise, or maybe it's a look. Is it a looks thing? I don't remember. I used to get a lot of comparisons, and I haven't heard that in a minute.
So he was joking with me because he knows I'm always the guy in the back. I tend to stay away from anything. In fact, that day, you'll see, I was not even up in the front at all during this whole event. I just stayed back and kind of watched what was going on and tried to hear, which was really hard to hear stuff because of the whistles and all the noise. But
yeah, fucking annoying, isn't it?
Now, watch how our boy Brian here, right? This is something I see happen all the time. When someone's floundering or they're not making a good case, I see this a lot in debates where they're like, I've seen, for example, when I would do debates with left-wing hosts, or the best example of this, remember the last time I was talking to Pisco and then Wick called in and was being a tough guy?
Fucking Pisco, a.k.a. Pisco.
Because I was commenting to Pisco about how Wick was telling people to intentionally break the law to obstruct ICE. And you remember what Pisco would do? Like, Wick would sound like an asshole, and Pisco would be like, well, Wick, I think what you're trying to say is, I find it disgusting.
Okay, we'll pause this. Where am I? I want that and that. Bulk Broman said, years ago, I caught sticks in the comment section of a guy whose claim to fame was soliciting farts from white men online. That is quite the niche. I know why I was there. The question is, why was Sticks there? Hey, man. Maybe you're Eskimo brothers. Maybe y'all into the same shit, right? Oh, all right. That's the point. That's why they do it. Because it's a way to harm you and hurt you without actually putting hands on you. That's specifically why they do it. All right, so so Rob was just talking about how in general liberals, but I guess moderators in general will kind of fill in and help the side that they're on. I think the most egregious example of this actually Actually, I don't know what the fuck happened to the Culture War podcast, because that was great for this show. But when they still were doing that, does anybody know what happened to that? Did they ever say anything about that, or just disappear? Anyway, that the Culture War podcast with Tim Pool would usually be, whatever the topic, and then person on this side and person on that side. But the episode would just turn into Tim arguing with whatever side he didn't agree with, and then the person who agrees with him just sits there and says nothing. So, you'll see that moderators are supposed to be unbiased, but we're human. So this is just what he's talking about.
I'll be like, well, Wick, I think what you're trying to say is I find it disgusting, and I hope that you change your tack and tell your audience that that's an absurd thing and that you apologize for suggesting it.
Wick, before you answer, I just want to...
You know what I mean? Try to help him dig himself out of that hole. Well, that's exactly what...
Yeah, so in that clip, Pisco is supposed to be the moderator. It's like, well, I think what you're actually trying to say is... And then Wick can be like, oh, yeah, totally, that's what I was saying. When he didn't say that.
What we're going to see Brian here do. Brian's going to... he's just listening to their story. He's not putting their thumb on the scale, right? Here we go.
I want to make sure I categorize everything correctly. So based on what your attorney said, based on the videos that I've seen, you are a father who's never been arrested for a crime in his life. You guys are making the claim that Savannah made physical contact first with your daughter. That's when your wife got involved. And then there was a little bit of a, for lack of a better term, mini scuffle there. And then
Just
at
a
that
mini
moment,
scuffle.
when you
just a mini scuffle, what exactly does that mean? We don't know.
pushed her in the back, you did that out of fear because you were protecting your family. And you are saying that your daughter and your wife were assaulted. Is that a fair characterization of your story of what took place?
Yeah, Brian, that sounds a lot better than the way I put it, and will certainly garner more sympathy.
I believe that's a fair characterization. I mean, you said it. I that's what I believe, and I just wanted her to leave. That's all I wanted. I just wanted her to leave so that this whole thing would stop.
So Brian's just...
So this is an interesting question. Thank you for all the likes on that first poll. And hey, nobody said you're here for the puppy, so I'll take that as a win. Usually that's the main event. But I don't know if specifically if this is what Colonel was talking about, but the line as to where is it okay to engage in free expression that is actually causing damage. So let's put this to a poll. So should we make it illegal to blow whistles right in people's ears? So I'm specifically not getting into, okay, well, how close is how close does it matter? I'm just saying, do we want the idea that there is a threshold? Should we make it illegal to blow whistles right in people's ears? Yes or no? That's the poll. Dick said, if anybody else is wondering what Toma means, I Googled it, and it, I get it. Where was it? Is it too far up? Did I miss it? That's one good thing Twitch does, is that you can pull up somebody's chat and it'll bring just their chat history. But I was going to say, I forgot how to say also in Spanish, but me too. Brian seems a little or a lot over emotional. That's his claim to fame. Claim to fame. I'm off, guys. It was a fireball night last night, and we didn't finish. So I'm thinking about what is the number, but a donation, and I'll put that away, even though my tummy is still not doing well. Shout out to Liberty Plus TV. Welcome to the party. So it already is illegal. So then that's a then that's what you, if you want it to be illegal and it already is illegal, then great. What? I'm not into that shit, but hey, whatever you're into. All right, let's see what's going on here.
You said it. I that's what I believe, and I just wanted her to leave. That's all I wanted. I just wanted her to leave so that this whole thing would stop.
Yeah, that's what we want from all the fucking illegal immigrants. Stupid. Just leave so this all stops. Rules for thee, but not for me. It's okay when you want to antagonize somebody because you don't want them where you believe they're not supposed to be. But we can.
So Brian's just like, what your lawyer is telling you to say. The story your lawyer said is this, right? And he's like, I believe that's it. You believe you shoved a woman in the back to protect your daughter? I was just a family man protecting my daughter. And Brian jumps right in there to toe the line, right? Now let's look at some more footage. New footage proves Savannah Hernandez's assault was a planned attack. This video captures the dad telling his daughter, blow the whistle right in her fucking ear. Another woman is heard warning him, your daughter's about to throw hands, to which he replies, yeah, I told her to blow the whistle in her ear.
Ugh. They all are. That's how you become a leftist. That's how you become a leftist. Now, again, I did say that I think he's more of the default liberal type as opposed to the leftist. But at this point, you know, same shit. So again, yeah, I told her. So again, we'll read this again. Captures dad telling his daughter, blow the whistle right in her fucking ear. Another woman is heard warning him, your daughter is about to throw hands, to what he replies, yeah, I told her to blow the whistle in her ear. And so, like, notice just in general how they're all crowding around her. Like, aren't you there for a purpose? Aren't you there for something that to you matters? Clearly not. Paid protesters. Right in her ear, he says.
Now, this is one woman that's surrounded by all these protesters. Now, remember, this guy's version, not his version, the version that apparently his lawyer told Brian Shapiro that Brian Shapiro dutifully repeated was, this man was just standing in the back. He's no inter. In fact, he was troubled by the whistles. It was hard to concentrate by the whistles blowing.
Those whistles are, in fact, troubling. Shout out to Quality and Difference because vagina. Over on Rumble, welcome. Say like and share. Thank you. So very much, guys. You know that stuff is free and easy. It helps out so very much. Please do hit that like, subscribe, ring the bell, and all that stuff. And again, share this video. It does not even matter if you think anybody's going to click on the link. Just by you telling the platform you want more people to see it, they will show it to more people. Said, oh, Captain Humility again. Yep, he's back. But don't worry, he's only half of the show. We got some other stuff to get to. One of your favorites, Equality. So I said the left are getting scarily close to bringing necklacing to USA streets. I'm not fully... I've heard this in different contexts. Is this what we're talking about? Like method of extrajudicial summary execution torture, all that stuff. But essentially just, talking about how they're, going to take the vigilante justice 1,000%. Agreed. Is who from the Middle East? The guy? This guy? I don't know. I do not know. I'm colorblind, so I don't pay attention to that stuff. Shout out to Dylan Soup. Welcome to the party. Well, I said necklacing means putting a tire around the neck and catching it on fire. Yep. Probably. If it's not the leftists, it's going to be the Muslims. I've been telling you guys that this is not just because the culture war issues have kind of been tamped down over the last few, like, let's say the last year or two. That's just not over. That shit's not over. So, stay vigilant.
Heck, he was troubled by the whistles. It was hard to concentrate by the whistles blowing. Remember when he said that? Here, let's listen again to what his claim was.
So you and your wife and your daughter.
Fair characterization. I mean, you said it, and I that's what I believe, and I just wanted her to leave. That's all I wanted. I just wanted her to leave so that this whole thing would stop.
Oh, wait, where's the whistle thing? Didn't he say that?
Of your story of what took place.
Especially not violent people. In fact, we tend to shy away from it. In fact, Jolly Ginger, who's a known protester out there,
Brian. Oh, yeah.
He was on the front lines with me, and he made fun of me the last time he was up here because he said, Chris, until you're up there in front yelling at the cops with the intent to possibly get arrested, you're not really a protester. So he was joking with me because he knows I'm always the guy in the back. I tend to stay away from anything. In fact, that day, you'll see I was not even up in the front at all during this whole event. I just stayed back and kind of watched what was going on and tried to hear, which was really hard to hear stuff because of the whistles and all the noise. But
which really raises the question, like, what was your goal in leaving the house and going there that day? Shout out to Abe Dinkus. Welcome to the parties that I believe are real. And some Santa clashes are coming in the future that are unavoidable. I agree. Unfortunately, I agree. I think that, you know, there's been, again, I don't know exactly what it was that has caused things to be, you know, not so, I don't even know what the word is, but between the protests and everything, we had the ice stuff, but it was the winter and midterm season, all that. I think that's lulled people into a false sense of security that, like, oh, okay, Trump's on his way out and things are kind of going back to normal. Nope, not at all. It's nice to see these struggle sessions in a live stream format. I mean, hey, you gotta tune in to push it into the limits.
Oh, really? The whistle's like the one you told your daughter to go get in the car and blow it right in this lady's fucking ear? Those things? It was making it tough for you to hear when you told your daughter to go assault this woman with that whistle? Robert Whaley, I saw what you put. Yeah, we talked about this in the past. How damaging these shrill whistles blown right in your ear are. Mm-hmm. And they're designed to be painful to elicit a response.
So let's actually take a side quest here. Let's take a little side quest and see what the law actually is regarding the whistles. So let's say, what is the legality of blowing a whistle in someone's ear? Like we have seen lately in political protests. What do we got? According the discourse between political views is far larger than there was during the Civil War. Just saying. Facts. That don't scare you. I don't know what will. So, asking about what is the legality of blowing a whistle in someone's ear, like we've seen in political protests. Blowing a whistle directly in someone's ear at a protest isn't a protected form of speech once it crosses into physical harm or harassment. Legality depends on the circumstances and the local law, but commonly falls into a few categories. One being potential criminal issues, so assault and battery, harassment and reckless endangerment. Many states intentionally it doesn't require hitting someone. A sudden, extremely loud noise inches from someone's ear, especially if it causes pain or injury, can qualify. Bet. So injury matters. If the person suffers hearing damage, like tinnitus or ruptured eardrum, the likelihood of charges increases significantly. That makes sense. And First Amendment limits. Protesting and using noise, chants, whistles in general, is protected. But protections drop when the conduct becomes targeted, physically invasive, or harmful rather than general expression. Oh, you mean like we just saw. Got it. But that's not violence. Words are violence, guys. But not blowing out an eardrum. Leftist logic for you. So location. Many cities have noise ordinances. Yeah, that's not really relevant to what we're talking about. So let's do one more. So what would be the minimum amount of damage or disruption that would qualify as illegal? Yeah, there isn't a fixed minimal decibel level, so it seems the legal bar can be very low. Okay, that's good. If you intentionally direct a loud whistle right next to someone's ear and it causes pain, ringing, or even just unwanted physical intrusion, that can qualify. Interesting. Physical injury is not, excuse me, not required. Offensive contact alone. So, okay, I actually, I didn't expect it to be this reasonable. I expected it to be way more on the side of the protester. Equality said, words are words, violence is violence, and anyone who inflates the two is a fucking retard. Agreed. So this is very clearly, a misdemeanor, and potentially, depending on, if there's actual damages, could be even more. So already, you are in fact violent. It's just what the words mean.
That's what's going on. It's a form of assault. So this guy was like, oh, it was hard to concentrate. I was just in the back, and these whistles, it was just so loud. That seems to be a different characterization than what we actually see.
Yeah, that's gonna blow it right in her fucking ear. I wish I had the captions on. Yeah, so he goes, blow the whistle right in her fucking ear. Right in her ear. Gotta double down, right in her ear. Which, as we just read, is clearly targeted. So that is assault. Misdemeanors typically result in a hand slap. Well, not here. You're gonna get an applause. And a feature on a syndicated radio show. It's so annoying.
He's holding his wife back, some other guy, because she's trying to get into a violent confrontation. Now, remember, his whole argument was this is all justified because I just want her to leave. Okay, so just to be clear, if it's a Trump rally or if it's any place where conservatives are gathered.
And this is another aspect of the local law enforcement not getting involved is that, well, why should we get involved with these scuffles and potentially have some shit on us? Just let them do it. If one of them dies, then they die. Whatever. Thank goodness for body cams. Yep. I mean, what an amazing... I don't know how we were operating without body cams before. And like you would think that, the cops can get away with anything. And I'm sure there was definitely a lot of bullshit from the cops because they're cops. But any cop that I've heard talk about body cams are like, thank fucking goodness we have them. Yeah, right? Exactly. That's when they feel tough.
Left-wingers show up, okay to assault them. And our excuse could be, we just want them to leave. That's all. We just want them to leave.
Yeah, I've been thinking it's been too long that I've been thinking about getting a dash cam that, I drive a lot and, I drive for work and I just, I don't know. I only just recently got the security camera from my house. I gotta get on that shit.
Could be, we just want them to leave. That's all. We just want them to leave. Of course not. They'd say free speech. You can't do that. That's assault. Let's keep going.
Yeah, right equality to serve and protect unless it's inconvenient.
This is gonna be the most boring fucking video to watch ever, bro.
This is gonna be the most boring video to watch ever. Actually, I'm doing an entire stream on it because of how ridiculous you fucking people are. So... It's like, who do you think you're helping? When people see this, whose side do you think most normal people are going to take? Your side? Or the 5'3" girl who's getting dogpiled and literally assaulted?
Is about to throw hands. Now, does this sound like a father that had to shove a woman in the back to protect his daughter because he wants to keep his daughter out of harm's way? He literally told his daughter to go get a whistle and confront this lady and assault her by blowing it in her ear. Now he's being told, your daughter's trying to throw hands. I know. Where's the protective father protecting his daughter here?
I told my daughter to go blow it.
And he doubles down. I just told my daughter to go blow the whistle in her ear. That's legal, right? Shout out to equality and deference because vagina with a rumble rant. Thank you, thank you, thank you so very, very much. So I showed up late. What did transpire here? Well, you didn't miss much, Savannah. So here, I'll go back. We're at 11:07. I'll go back and show the initial video. But thank you, thank you, thank you so very, very much. And of course, that makes you the new sponsor of the stream. Very much appreciated. So we'll go back 11:07. Don't let me forget we were at 11:07.
And she gets attacked. Warning, it's a little language and violence, but here we go.
So this is what you missed. Again, we have Savannah Hernandez, reporter for TPUSA, just going to an anti-ICE protest and, reporting as one does. Shoved to the ground. That's why I'm not sure if the lady that on the on Brian's show, the lady that was on this side, that like we have Rob down here, and that lady that I don't think it's the daughter, but I don't know. It's all a game. And there's the dildo.
And all I'm doing is standing here. All I've been doing is filming this.
You don't know what the fuck. You don't know what. No. You don't know.
Nothing intelligible. Oh, there's our boy. He just peeked in. He's about to get mad. Can't you see the similarity? That was the mom. Okay.
Classic fucking. Now.
Yeah. Okay. I saw her. So that's the dude, and we have the wife right next to him. Quality said, "Why a dildo?" Because they know that people are trying to make content, and so if you put that on, then it just causes that extra little time where you got to blur that out. This is how they operate. Instead of trying to actually fix the problem that they're out there protesting, they want to shut down people showing their protest.
Stupid.
What's the point of the protest if you don't want anyone to see it or know why you are there? What are we doing? So that's where, that's what you missed. This is a longer video where he said, blow the whistle right in her fucking ear. Right in her ear. Your daughter's about to throw hands. But yeah, told her to go assault.
There you can see the beginning. Now see right here. Watch closely. We're going to slow it down. You can see the daughter pushing her. Watch. See, she's got her hands up. This is the woman right here walking away. They get the bullhorn right in her face there.
God damn. God damn. That's right there. That's like, God damn.
Or whatever that is. And see the daughter leaning up against her with her face.
What do they call that? Venezuela? Sounds like Venezuela, but it's not. What are those things called?
Right there. Shoving her. Dad's proud. Dad's right there. Proud.
Yeah, let's look at that again. Where
Shoving her.
Doing Dad's face.
Dad's proud.
Yeah,
Dad's proud.
I'm pretty sure I saw a clap.
He's right there, shoving her. Dad's proud. Dad's right there, proud.
Maybe not, but
now watch.
Oh, thank God it's muted. Thank God.
Of course, hitting her with the
5-3.
dildo.
5-3. Yep. There's
Puts her hands up
dildos.
to keep that out of her face. Finally, she pushes the girl out of her way. She's trying to get out. Girl shoves her back.
And of course, I was going to say, of course, security guy, but that's just a fucking loser in a vest.
Now, here comes the daughter. Confronts again.
Boom!
Shoves again.
And now this is Savannah on the ground. This is on the ground. And everybody's like, oh, yeah, party of peace and love.
There is the dad. Conflict over. Bam. Dad slams it. Apparently, she
Wait,
suffered.
I missed that one. I missed that one. Okay, where that?
Conflict over. Bam. Dad. There is the dad. Conflict over. Bam. Dad.
Oh, the blue shirt.
Apparently,
Yep.
she suffered a concussion from that.
But they're not violent. They're not violent. They're just patriotic.
Blow. So you could believe the video, or you could push your credulity to the limits.
So
Push it to the limits. Oh, Claudia said, I can feel the love trumps hate from here. Yep, which is also a very stupid line because that just sounds like you enjoy the hate that Trump gives. But, hey, whatever. And yeah, as I was saying that earlier, this never happens in an open carry state because you have to assume that anybody could be armed at any time. Here, they don't understand because there's no stakes. I will never forget hearing Renee Good's girlfriend, wife, whatever, after the whole thing. And she said, why were you using real bullets? Why would you think that they weren't? What are you talking about? Colonel said, I thought Savannah was Queech something when she popped up on InfoWars. She's a sexy mama. Indeed. Did I miss this? My truck. I have one in my truck. Just bought my 18-year-old son a car. Need to get him one too. The dash cam. Yeah, I gotta get that. Shout out to a Maverick being Frank. Sully said, if she pulled out a weapon, it would have been justified, but not in the eyes of those people. They were, we're just blowing whistles and shoving you around. You're gonna bring out a gun. Oh my goodness.
Video, or you could push your credulity to the limits.
So you and your wife and your daughter, can you say it's categorically false if anybody says that you guys are violent people?
We are absolutely not violent people. In fact, we tend to shy away from it. In fact,
lie.
Jolly Ginger, who's a known protester out there, he was on the front lines with me, and he made fun of me the last time he was up here because he said, Chris, until you're up there in front yelling at the cops with the intent to possibly get arrested, you're not really a protester. So he was joking with me because he knows I'm always the guy in the back. I tend to stay away from anything. In fact,
except when you don't. They are violent.
That day, you'll see I was not even up in the front at all during this whole event. I just stayed back and kind of watched what was going on and tried to hear, which was really hard to hear stuff because of the whistles and all the noise. But that's, of course,
I want to make sure I categorize everything correctly. So,
AKA, I want to help spin the narrative here.
So, based on what your attorney said, based on the videos that I've seen, you are a father who's never been arrested for a crime in his life. You guys are making the claim that Savannah made physical contact first with your daughter. That's when your wife got involved. And then there was a little bit of a, for lack of a better term, mini scuffle there. And then at that moment, when you pushed her in the back, you did that out of fear because you were protecting your family. And you are saying that your daughter and your wife were assaulted. Is that?
Come on, man. So now, if you saw the clip, which I just showed, they had successfully chased Savannah away. And yet,
yeah, right? Didn't you know that the only people who commit crimes are people that commit crimes? Duh.
He feared that somehow this single woman was going to plow through a crowd of 30 and 40 people to get to his wife and daughter. So,
and remember, she's smaller than me.
So he had to shove her in the back onto the ground. And this guy's not even articulate enough to make the argument. Brian Shapiro has to do it for him. And I'm sure that's because a lawyer crafted this statement to try to defend this. That's right. Then he contradicts it and says, I just wanted her to leave. No assault charges, 2 misdemeanors, I believe, again.
Yeah, right? Is it that you just wanted her to leave? Or was it that you were fearing for the safety of your wife and daughter? Lies.
It's the daughter and the husband. Here's what's been said. Charges have not been filed against all the suspected individuals assaulting Savannah Hernandez.
Oh, God. Come on, Rob. This is another pet peeve of mine. When people are reading something, notice how big the text is that I have when we're reading stuff. And I pull it up to there. And I still read more slowly than I would normally talk. But for some reason, I don't know why it is, but so many people, when they'll be talking like this, and then they're reading, and then they go, like, I'm not reading it. You have to say it slower. So this says, from Brianna Morello, charges have not been filed against the suspected individuals seen assaulting TPUSA journalist Savannah Hernandez. Paige Ostruco, Chris Ostruco. I'm probably saying that wrong, but you know, the violent people we just talked to, and Paige's boyfriend have been charged with just misdemeanors. Hernandez is suffering from a concussion, 2 sprains, and multiple bruises as a result of the assault. Hernandez was assaulted by at least 6 people during Saturday's protest. Diana, the mother, has not been charged, even though the video appears to show her making physical contact with Hernandez and refusing to leave her alone. Additionally, the 2 women who were seen assaulting Hernandez with sex toys have not been charged. The Hennepin County Sheriff's Office tells me there's still an active investigation. I mean, what is there really to investigate? You got the video. A spokesperson added, "Our investigations are among the best in the state and are committed to a comprehensive victim-centered approach. They work closely with the victim, review all available evidence, including videos, and interview witnesses to ensure every detail is examined." Let's see if he scrolls down.
Has not been charged, even though the video appears to show her making physical contact with Hernandez and refusing to leave her alone. Additional, the 2 women seen assaulting Hernandez with sex.
Okay, yeah. So every detail is examined. Hernandez told me that outside of the initial report taken by the officer who ended up having to escort her to safety, that no investigations from the sheriff's department reached out, and she had to follow up with them. She adds that no one asked about her medical records or injuries.
Spokesman informed the sheriffs about her medical records or injuries. Savannah says, just to clarify, Paige, the daughter and the most violent of the 3, and her father, Chris, are facing misdemeanor assault charges. But somehow Diana, the mother, is not being recommended for charges, despite being on camera attacking me alongside her daughter. Luckily, the FBI and DHS have opened federal investigations into this, since it seems that the state isn't looking to actually hold these people accountable.
Yeah, and Connick's saying what this says to me is that they aren't exactly sure who the other 2 are, meaning that maybe they weren't clearly seen on video, or they're not going on pushing the limits, so we don't know who they are. And they did say the investigation is still open, so and misdemeanors have at least been handed out, so it's not like this is going completely unaddressed. But like, I mean, it's just too clear of an example. It's too clear of an example that people on the left are violent. They are willing to engage in violence for such a small, comparatively small threshold. Yeah, of course there's violent people on the right, but if we're talking generally, you don't see people on the right doing this to people on the left. You just don't see it.
And that's what it'll take. The truth is, places like Minneapolis, Minnesota, etc., these left-wing places, they have instructed, both literally and sort of without saying it literally, these left-wing people feel they are morally justified to use violence. And their jury of their peers will say that that's okay.
Mm-hmm. I mean, a lot of their politicians will say it's okay. I mean, depending on where the church is, their church leaders will say it's okay.
Every step of our justice system is a failure.
I didn't say all of that. I didn't say all of that. Shout out to Lil Toes. Welcome to the party. A little bit spicy indeed. And speaking of the spice, I think I decided let's do, if somebody drops a tenner, I'll put this down. If somebody drops a tenner, I'll put this down. My tummy's still hurting from last night. If you missed the Fireball stream, go check out the Fireball stream. But we went through the whole thing, but it was kind of, we didn't really get too crazy. And so I'm thinking, let's do it. Let's do it.
Police will always, in these areas, take the side of the people that are being violent against conservatives. The attorneys, the prosecutors will always take their side. The judges will take their side.
Quality, good point, saying they're emotionally volatile. And that's what that is why they get to violence, because they are emotionally enraged and their brains don't work well. Their brains don't work well. This is caveman brain stuff. I know light. Boom. This is who they are.
Juries will take their side. And so the only chance of getting justice is to ring these people through the fucking ringer with the FBI and throw as many federal charges as you can at them. And they may get sympathetic juries that lead them off, but leave the process destroy their lives as best as possible. It is the only possibility that we have through a legitimate legal means at this point to end this shit. They could literally attack with impunity in these left-wing areas.
And when each story that we see like this further emboldens and further pushes the message and ingrains the message that, oh, we are the party that's allowed to get away with this stuff. So you have more and more people who are willing to push it a little bit further, a little bit further, a little bit further. And that's why, we're very worried that this summer is very likely going to be extremely violent.
That's the truth. The police are on the Gestapo's side, the brown shirt side. That's the truth. Remember the video I showed there months ago? But there was this woman who was attacked. She follows the woman that attacked her. She gets a cop's attention. The cop just lets her go. The clip was that this woman's attacked.
Shout out to A-Wolf Thoughts. Welcome to the party.
She follows the chick with the camera. They find their way to a police officer. And the police officer goes to detain her, and they're screaming, "She's underage! Don't you touch her! Don't you!" And the cop just lets him walk away. Katie Davis scored assaulted by Antifa militant in Portland amid an ICE riot.
I haven't seen this part.
She just hit me in the face. Oh my God. She just hit me in the face.
Now, again, this is the...
Shout out to Chronic. First, let's get Morty his treat. Thank you, sir. Said I got half it. I got $5 on it. $5 more. I will put this whole thing away. Come on. You don't want to see that. What are we talking about? Thank you so very, very much, sir. And of course, that makes you the new sponsor of the stream. Very much appreciated. That's it. 5 more and we're there. 5 more and we're there. Let's do it.
Now, again, this is the aftermath. There's the woman with the cow nose ring that hit her, and there.
Septum ring theory never fails.
Is her face. We'll get back here. Now, what happens is she follows her. You can see that's the one right there on the left that assaulted her.
Do not touch me!
Yes, Jansport backpack. That one.
There's the
It
cop.
happens.
Watch.
Do not touch me!
Yes, Jansport backpack. That one.
Do not touch me.
Her.
Do not touch me. No, I'm not. I am not.
No, don't touch me. No, don't touch me. Bitch, you do not have any power in this situation. Guys, don't forget, it's totally fine if you are watching for free, but if other people are opening up their wallets and putting out super chats, please at least like the super chat.
I'm underage. Do not touch her. Do not touch her. Do not touch me. I am underage.
I'm underage, as if that means you can commit crimes. Like, what?
Spoiler alert, they don't get her. They just let her walk away. That's the way it goes in these areas.
And so again, that's just one example. That's just one data point on the pattern that is being reinforced, that you can do these things and nothing bad will happen. You add on to that there's they moralize it, and you have a duty, a patriotic duty to take down the evil right-wingers. I mean, where do we think this stuff is going to go? Where do you think this is going to go? Well, I said I'm underage. What does that have to do with anything? It's just a thing to say that will hopefully get me out of it. And it did. It did. You're underage. Tell your parents. Yeah, tell me who your parents are so I can blame them for your mistakes. Somebody's getting in trouble. Psych! This is the left. These are cityscapes in in America that are controlled by the left. All right, I'm back in.
Spoiler alert, they don't get her. They just let her walk away. That's the way it goes in these areas. That's what happened to, was it Nick Sorter? Got the shit beat out of him in Portland. Police arrested him. Of course, the case was later dropped. Now he's suing the police department. People that beat him get away with impunity. That's the way it works everywhere. And make no mistake about it, they won in Minneapolis. They won in Minnesota. They chased ICE out of there. They got to use violence indiscriminately. Almost no one was charged. They literally were going to people with out-of-state plates and demanding to see their papers. They blocked...
And I mean, I can never gloss over the irony of that. the anti-ICE people want to stop cars and look at papers. You can't make that shit up.
These streets, they ran the show, just like they do in Seattle, just like they do in Portland. They're in charge. Local police, happy to stand by and let it occur. Remember the footage of the guy who was at the hotel? They're breaking in, and there's like one officer that's bleeding. He's holding back this mob of these lefties that are attacking. And he says, where are the police? Where are the local police? And then you can see a cop car coming, and it turns around. So when you see these anti-ICE protests and stuff, and journalists are there trying to cover it, and the journalists get the shit beat out of them, make no mistake, they are doing so with the tacit approval of the local police.
This is exactly what we were saying with in Minneapolis. That the people in charge are not stupid. They know that if there's a need for crowd control, and then they just don't control that crowd, then somebody gonna die. And they did.
So when we see people like Savannah Hernandez from Turning Point get slammed to the ground by an adult, and the local police, maybe a misdemeanor, maybe nothing, the left will lose their mind if Kaj Patel and the Fed say, we're going to press charges. Oh, this is abusive. How dare they? But there literally is no hope for justice with the local police. None. The constituents of the police are the violent lefties. It's that simple.
Yep.
They don't represent you. They don't care about you.
It falls exactly in line. Remember, before the election, they kept talking about our democracy, our democracy. They mean their democracy that you're not a part of. Their democracy where they get to control everything. That's what they mean. And that's why you got to know what they're really saying with the words that they use.
Simple. They don't represent you. They don't care about you. Their constituents hate you. And so it's not that they hate you. I don't think the cops probably find it a bit ridiculous, to be honest. They probably don't like these lefties. They know these lefties hate the police too. That's the life. Well, they're in charge. We just sit back and collect our paycheck. Your options are get the shit beat out of you by these lefties, and if you fight back, they'll arrest you. That's it. That's your options. Of course, it's not just the police. The police stood down while hotels that ICE officers were supposedly in were attacked, but it's the police, it's the prosecutors, it's the district attorneys, it's the judges, it's the juries, it's every level. We'll leave it to Brian Shapiro. You know, the guy that he can't, how could you ethically support someone January 6th? How could you ethically support someone January 6th? How could you do it?
And that's the repetition of these things. It becomes such it becomes a chant. It doesn't mean anything. It's just a virtue signal. And so that's why, you can't get past the first level of thinking with these people, because they're not actually saying words that are tied to an idea. It's just, here's the thing that we are saying that says Trump bad, Trump supporters bad. That's all it is.
His buddies.
Stop touching me!
It's their mantra, and their mantra changes, but it always just means Trump bad. That's why you see them all saying the same thing all the time. They are a hive mind. They don't think for themselves.
Can you say it's categorically false if anybody says that you guys are violent people?
We are absolutely not violent people. In fact, we tend to shy away from it. In fact, Jolly Ginger, who's a known protester out there, he was on the front lines with me, and he made fun of me the last time he was up here because he said, Chris, until you're up there in front yelling at the cops with the intent to possibly get arrested, you're not really a protester. So he was joking with me because he knows I'm always the guy in the back. I tend to stay away from anything. In fact, that day, you'll see I was not even up in the front at all during this whole event. I just stayed back and kind of watched what was going on and tried to hear, which was really hard to hear stuff because of the whistles and all the noise. But that's, of course, I was in the back.
I want to make sure I categorize everything.
What does LARP? So, they're LARPing. They're LARPing. Yeah, guys, come on. Chronic got the vibe on it. It's going to be worth it. I'm going to put that whole shit down. Let's go. So real quick before, wait. Here, remember when Brian says, I want to make sure I categorize everything correctly. That's him saying, let me frame this in the way that I want it to be framed. Abe said, I've been in real life frontline combat. F these people. Bingo. I have not been in frontline combat. And so I would never LARP as if I was. Even, not having any, I don't have military in my family. But for some reason, specifically stolen valor, it grinds my fucking gears. The people who have done real shit earn that. And then you're just gonna be like, oh yeah, me too. Like, fuck you. They all said, I just don't get it. Brian saw that man shove a woman to the ground, and he's over here giving them the benefit of the doubt, unlike anyone else he's accused of these things, because he's not an honest person. It's not about, I saw this, and this is what I really think. No. It's, I have a narrative. I have an ideology to push. And so whatever I need to do to make sure that whatever news story comes up is in that same vein, I will do it. And so that's exactly why I'm pointing out. I want to make sure I categorize everything correctly. I want to frame this in the way that's most beneficial, not even most beneficial to them, most beneficial to him. He doesn't give a shit about these people. He doesn't give a shit. He wants good content. I mean, I want good content too. No shame in that. But, I mean, this is the level he's willing to go to. Insane.
First, I want to make sure I categorize everything correctly. So,
and again, I've never seen something this bleak. Right? Supposed nonpartisan host. Nonpartisan. He's literally, because the buffoon that assaulted a woman, who instructed his daughter to go insult a woman, that's on his show here, is incapable of making a compelling case. Why would this Chris guy make a compelling case? Here's his real argument. I'm a lefty. I'm good. This woman's a right-winger. She's evil.
It really is that simple, guys. It really is that simple.
Get the fuck out of our space. That's his real argument. That might not fly for a phony baloney legal defense, though. So they have to have a veneer of, oh, no, there was a legal reason for it. But this douchebag's too fucking stupid to make the argument for himself that his attorney told him to make. In rushes white knight Brian Shapiro.
And no, equality, Brian Shapiro is not Ben Shapiro's half-Irish brother, at least as far as I know.
And one of the most blatant examples ever I've seen of a host just literally fucking making the case for his dumb fuck guest because his guest is too fucking stupid to make the case himself. So watch this. Nonpartisan. This is nonpartisan. Don't call him a liberal. He hates political violence.
Hey, we got Coscola. Welcome to the party. Coscola School said, Rob always reminds me of an angry little beaver. I mean, he's not that little, but he definitely gets I don't know. Is angry the right word? I just impassioned. Impassioned seems to be the right word. But either way, welcome to the party. So real quick before we finish this up, I wanted to bring up exactly who we're talking about when the guy who was making fun of him for not being on the front lines. This is who we're talking about.
ICE, Iran, the 2020 election, and new election maps all have in common. Allow me to explain to you, because this is important. Now, before Trump ever took office, one of the things he talked the most about was mass deportation.
The largest deportation in the history of our country, history of the United States, American history.
That was like
based
one of his biggest talking points, because he convinced his MAGA base that immigrants were the source of everybody's problems.
Oops. You mean you forgot a very important word there. Illegal. Semantic obfuscation. This is the little things like that. They twist it. And so when you have a genuine concern of illegal immigrants in this country, all he has to do is leave out a word, and anybody who watches this now thinks that anybody who is for Trump hates immigrants.
Come on, man.
He convinced his MAGA base that immigrants were the source of everybody's problems. And if we just take immigrants out, then we can do whatever. So
illegal immigrants.
What ended up happening was that he ignored the Constitution as he deployed ICE across the country.
So it's against the Constitution for the immigration agency to immigrate. What? This is the guy who that deadbeat dad is talking about. Also, what's up with his meth head teeth? I think he was a meth head. I'm not sure about that, but I think so.
If you protested them, your First Amendment rights were taken away from you. Your property was seized from you. That's your Fourth Amendment right.
He has not said one sentence that wasn't a flat-out lie.
They would detain American citizens. They put you in abhorrent facilities that violate your human rights. These are violations of your Eighth Amendment rights. And don't forget that they murdered American citizens in broad daylight in the middle of the street on more than one occasion, to include murdered people inside their facilities.
And again, when you say murder, that is a different thing than someone who got shot in the process of committing a crime. Shout out to Boggs. Welcome to the party. Very good to see you. We also got JL in the building. What is good? What is good? Very good to see you guys. Just so you know, I threw out a little, if somebody drops a tenner, then I will put this down and Chronic got a 5 on it. So if somebody drops a 5er, we getting drunk. Welcome to the party, guys. We were talking about, Savannah Hernandez being shoved to the ground and all that stuff. And then the guy who did it said that he protested with this guy, and this guy made fun of him for not being on the front lines.
Citizens in broad daylight in the middle of the street on more than one occasion, to include murdered people inside their facilities, to include murdered Keith Porter Jr. on New Year's Eve. So ICE did all of this, but when everything was said and done, what happened then? Trump said what? He was going to do it right here. What's that? That's the thing they have in common.
Notice how condescending this is. So he thinks that he's above, and I'm gonna school y'all something today. I'm gonna teach you something. I got the whiteboard out, and just talking bullshit, just straight up lying. Shout out to Glow and Dark. Welcome to the party. Very good to see ya. For my feelings, it's just a misdemeanor to enter the country. That doesn't make them a criminal. Yep. Keep reminding them, Dick. Keep reminding them.
Trump said what? He was going to do it right here. What's that? That's the thing they have in common. Let's look at Iran. First, you got to ask yourself, why did he invade Iran? There was no imminent threat. If they say there was an imminent threat, they're a liar. The reason he invaded Iran was Israel. Israel has been trying to get a president to invade Iran for the better part of 30, 40 years. He finally found a Muppet who was dumb enough to be easily manipulated. Everybody's told everybody that would listen that Donald Trump is easily manipulated. Netanyahu.
Exactly. And so when you see that this is the guy that is influencing these people, it makes sense why they're murdering American citizens and they hate all immigrants.
Stupid. Manipulated him. Also, he thought by going to Iran that he might be able to, make some money off of it. It's all about that oil money. The same reason he went to Venezuela and kidnapped their fucking president, which, oh, by the way, the Venezuelan government is still the same exact government it was before they kidnapped the president. Nothing's changed in Venezuela except for the American involvement that stole their oil, embargoed their oil, and then by that embargo has put Cuba in darkness because Cuba doesn't have power because of this embargo of oil in Venezuela, and people are literally dying because of it. But I digress.
And that's America's fault. That's America's fault. Shout out to Box, the obligatory 420. Thank you so very, very much, sir. And Morty is gonna love it. Thank you so very, very much. I mean, I did mean somebody drop $10, but whatever. I'm broke enough. Let's go. $3 more. Thank you. So very, very much. We got Edge of the South in the building. Very good to see ya. And so again, this was just the guy. Did I not say it like 4 times? This is the guy that he was listening to. He said Jolly Ginger, whatever, was telling me that I'm not really protesting unless I'm on the front lines. So I'm just showing you who that is.
The war in Iran was unprovoked. He thought that it would be a quick in and out war, that we would just dominate them militarily and Iran would just back down. Right now, currently, as I'm making this video, the president's lying about doing talks with Iran. There's no talks. This is complete fucking lies. There's some theory that he's talking to the Shah, the one that's been exiled, who's in charge of nothing. Trump is losing in Iran because he's got a fucking idiot of a Secretary of Defense, and he doesn't listen to anybody who tells him no. And this was a bad engagement. But at the end of the day...
All right, so since we're splitting this up and not a $10 super chat, then I'm going to give you... What time is it? It is now 9:11. You have until 9:30. Otherwise, this goal goes away. Okay, I mean, we get the point here. We get the point. So this is, some loser leftist who just lies to people. That is who this guy was listening to when he went and oh, I thought he played it again. I'll let him finish and then we'll go back and play it again.
He said it many times. Let's hear what he says here.
Everything correctly. So based on what your attorney said, based on the videos that I've seen, you are a father who's never been arrested for a crime in his life. You guys are making the claim that Savannah made physical contact first with your daughter. That's when your wife got involved. And then there was a little bit of a, for lack of a better term, mini scuffle there. And then at that moment, when you pushed her in the back, you did that out of fear because you were protecting your family.
Is he literally reading this off of something?
When you pushed her in the back, you did that out of fear because you were protecting your family. And you are saying that your daughter and your wife were assaulted. Is that a fair characterization of your story of what took place?
I believe that's a fair characterization. I mean, you said it. I that's what I believe. And
that's what I believe. Here, now I know it's a little difficult. Maybe you didn't get the full picture here. Let me help you out. You ready?
Event. I just stayed back and kind of watched what was going on and tried to hear, which was really hard to hear stuff because of the whistles. And
now
all
see
the
if this
noise,
helps you. You ready?
I want to make sure I categorize everything correctly. So based on what your attorney said, based on the videos that I've seen, you are a father who's never been arrested for a crime in his life. You guys are making the claim that Savannah made physical contact first with your daughter. That's when your wife got involved. And then there was a little bit of a, for lack of a better term, mini scuffle there. And then at that moment, when you pushed her in the back, you did that out of fear because you were protecting your family. And you are saying that your daughter and your wife were assaulted. Is that a fair characterization of your story of what took place?
And so just in case you missed it, this is the attack again. Savannah Hernandez being shoved down by this dude after all sorts of bullshit. Shout out to David. Welcome to the party. Yeah, I think he is. I think that is specifically the press release of how we're framing this. We also got Jason. Welcome to the party box. You would say that. Come on, man. Claude said, what a lying fucking cunt. Indeed. So, all right, let's see if you missed it. Get in those $3. Come on, guys. I'm gonna get shifty.
How damaging these shrill whistles blown right in your ear are. And they're designed to be painful to elicit a response. It's intentional. That's what's going on. It's a form of assault. So this guy was like, oh, it was hard to concentrate. I was just in the back, and these whistles, it was just so loud. That seems to be a different characterization than what we actually see.
Exactly. Quality said, protecting his family from what? A tiny Mexican chica? Apparently. And so he's back here. This is him. And you can't even see her because she's shorter than me. And that was the danger that he felt. Blow the whistle right in her fucking ear. Right in her ear.
There's the protective father sold her early daughter because her.
Hey, shout out to Jason with the $2. Thank you so very, very much. And of course, a treat for the Marty. He's so lazy. I thought I was lazy. Thank you so very, very much. Jason said, Morty, what's up, Overlord? You chilling? Give me a high five. Give me a high five. No, give me a high five. There you go. Good job. There we go. A freebie for him. Thank you so very, very much. Guys, 15 minutes, 99 cents. Let's get me drunk.
There you can see the beginning. Now see right here, watch closely. We're going to slow it down. You can see the daughter pushing her.
Thank you. And so, yeah, we have, I'm going to pull this down just for the video here. And again, she's way in, locked into the cloud here. So yeah, that's her. This is her. And so we got the Vuvuzela thing. Again, nobody knows what that fucking called. I don't want to look it up because it's gonna come to me. But it's a big thing in soccer games. The big red horn that.
Watch.
And he mutes it.
She's got her hands up. This is the woman right here walking away. They get the bullhorn right in her face there, or whatever that is. And see the daughter leaning up against her with her face right there, shoving her. Dad's proud. Dad's right there, proud. Now watch.
No, it's not an air horn. The air horns are the ones that are, it's like in a can like this, and you just, this is, oh fuck. Now we gotta fucking, no, there's a specific, I know it's a horn. There's a specific name for it. Soccer game horn name. Vuvuzela. I fucking called it. Vuvuzela. A vuvuzela. It's a long thing like that. And yeah, but like that. And here, I'll give you a. Hold on. Please tell me, Dick, are you referring to Lorenzo? I will be so happy if you are, but I feel like you're probably not. And while we looked it up, it is in fact illegal. If it is targeted and if it has the potential to cause damage, then it is harassment. Yep. Not very Minnesota nice, Bad and bougie. That's him. Yeah, the Vuvuzela. Ah. I thought you were cool, man. And so again, she's over in the corner here. And they're throwing
of course,
the dildo.
Hitting her with the dildo.
Mm-hmm.
She puts her hands up to keep that out of her face. Finally, she pushes the girl out of her way. She's trying to get out. Girl shoves her back.
And shove to the ground.
Here comes the daughter.
Boom!
Fronts again. Shoves again.
No, I was thinking of How I Met Your Mother. Lorenzo von Matterhorn. Mm-hmm.
There is the dad. Conflict over. Bam. Dad slams her. Apparently, she suffered a concussion from that blow. So you could believe the video, or you could push your credulity to the limits.
I love that. Again, push it to the limits because that's his show name. So that, firstly, that's all I really wanted to show, that, this guy is a good representation of the worst parts of the Democrat Party. He is a good representation of the worst parts of a Democrat Party. I say parts because it's not a singular thing, but the worst aspects he exemplifies. That know-nothing liberal who is very emotional, very steadfast in belief that they don't fully understand, and very willing to moralize everything. Oh, you think that you don't think we should have an open border? Then you're a bad, evil person. I mean, what else can you do? So we're going to switch over here now to the Jake Rattlesnake coverage of the Triggernometry episode with Andrew Wilson. And I find it interesting. Because I did not watch the full podcast, but Jake would have pulled out the clips that he thinks makes Andrew look best. And I still think that he really doesn't pull it together here. But maybe you guys will disagree. 9 minutes to get me drunk, guys. 9 minutes. Let's do it. 99 cents. That's all I'm asking. That's all I'm asking.
Society is better off dominated by Christians than dominated by non-Christians.
You're insisting that there is a worldview that's correct.
Sure.
Right?
If there are no moral facts and you ask me why it is that I should enforce my worldview, because I want to.
They were bowlerizing Shakespeare.
Notice how you caveated that with I believe. Well, I don't believe that. Now what? Now where are we?
Well, that's why we have democracy, so we can adjudicate.
There's not going to be any rainbow flags in the White House either. There's not going to be any pro-government propaganda anywhere.
Welcome back to Rattlesnake TV, guys. In this video, we're going to be watching the recent debate between Andrew Wilson and the gentleman from Triggernometry. This was absolutely fantastic, guys. If you have not watched the full thing, then please go and do yourself a favor. Link will be below. I mean, if
I put the link to this video, but if you click that link, then it'll bring you over there and you can go to the full
If I could have handpicked one debate to watch on the internet, it probably would have been this one. So the content gods have spoken. And what you're about to see is exactly the kind of difficult, uncomfortable conversation that our society is terrified to have. But we all know that those are my favorite here on this channel. So with that, without further ado, let's get into it.
Yeah, so there's a dialectic. So when we say left, what's the referent? And when we say right, what's the referent? Like, what are we referencing here?
So depending on the context of where this this conversation started, that is either really frustrating or a fair question because of the fact that we've been talking about how the left-right paradigm that we use. So, oh, you're left wing, you're right wing. That has been completely shattered over the last 10 years. And so, if it is a matter of just speaking generally, like you should be able to understand in a general colloquial sense when somebody says, oh, that's liberal or oh, that's more conservative. You should have an idea of what they're talking about. If you're nailing down to the specifics, well, what exactly does that mean? When you don't need to talk about that, then it could be frustrating. So depending on where that is, we will see. Alex said, I don't agree with Andrew at all here. I agree with Andrew to a solid extent, but you'll see, not so much. We said right off the bat, Andrew says the promise of progressives is no force and that they are volunteerists. Most brain-dead retard lie I've ever seen him tell. I guess we got some fans. We got some fans in the building. Is that right? There's no conversation to be had that hasn't already been had. Maybe, but I disagree. I think I'm 1 in a million.
Oh, the position relative to the center.
Sure, maybe, but I mean, what is left and what is right politically? Is it social issues? Is it taxes? Is it a mixture of both?
Mixture of both.
Yeah. So, like, why are you? What is the purpose of this question?
Mixture of both. Okay,
Right.
So I think that we can break it down further into pillars. So I think that these are philosophical positions, and people just don't realize it.
Mm-hmm.
When you're arguing with a guy like Destiny, the reason he's very frustrating for you to debate with, the reason that he wanted to bog things down into things like the most ridiculous thing in the world, though it's unprecedented. Everything's unprecedented.
You guys remember that? What do you mean? Everything's unprecedented.
That's unprecedented, right? The whole idea there, and you pointed this out rightly, is, well, I guess words don't mean anything.
I don't know, Liberty. Did you black glow in dark? There is no more vertical, so that's not the case. But hey, you can black whatever you want.
We just use unprecedented, I guess, when we mean new. When we get down to the core, the pillar that holds up the belief of Destiny, what is it? What is the pillars that hold up the left? What is the philosophical underpinnings?
I don't know in his case. I think in his case,
Trump bad.
Actually, the philosophical underpinning is people who don't agree with him are bad people, and therefore they need to be destroyed by any means necessary. I think that's it. So it's about power, really.
Well, I think the idea,
Guys, remember at the top of the chat, it will always default to top chat. So make sure you go to live chat if you want it all.
Philosophical underpinnings operate from the left-right dialectic. The left-wing pillar is based around anti-realism, anti-moralism. So that's why you end up with postmodernism and many of these other philosophies which come from left-wing liberalism. Those aren't coming from right-wingers. Those are coming from left-wingers. Right-wingers are...
Yeah, that's what the funniest thing is. It's such a self-own when you talk about how you can't scroll on Twitter without seeing a bunch of porn. That's a you problem. That's a you problem. I don't even remember the last time I saw, like, you know, scantily clad if it wasn't connected to a news story. I mean, I don't spend that much time on X anyway.
The reason that they're so much more associated with things like traditionalism or things like religion, this kind of thing, is because they view society as being duty bound, and progressives view everything through the prism of rights. So I have a right to do this. I have a right to do this. I have a right to do that. And the right is saying
the algorithm knows. The algorithm knows. I mean, of course, it's not as good as TikTok, but it knows.
You have a duty to do this. You have a duty to do that. You have a duty. So this is where that dialectic really clashes. From Destiny's standpoint, there's no such thing as a moral fact. None. They don't exist. Everything is dependent upon stance. So if that's the case, you can't actually do anything immoral, which is why he does so many things which are immoral, right? Because from his perspective, it's just dependent on stance. The right is saying there's universality.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Again, it's not on my feed because that's, you know, not where I go for that. But there's certain ways to get around the you know, the algorithm and the stuff. One of the most recent one was curtains, something about curtains. And so, like, you just search curtains and it'd be naked women just like showing their curtains. And, you know, then it gets passed. Hey, shout out to Box. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So very, very much, sir. And what time is it? Did we make it? It is 9:28. Let's fucking go. Let's fucking go. All right. Here we let's get some vibe music for this. No brands. No brands. Ugh. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Oh, very, very much. My favorite line. If you know what's good, feed Morty the Overlord. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So very, very much, guys. So yeah, that's gonna make my 420 a little bit better. I can already feel it coursing through my veins. Let's fucking go. 15 grams for $90. That's legit. That's legit. I for some reason, I don't know why, I thought we were in March. And so I saw the date and I was like, oh, you thought it was 420.
Stupid.
It is 420.
Stupid.
Happy birthday, Hitler. All right. What are we doing here? Thank you so very, very much, guys. I very much enjoyed that. And oh, again, coursing through the veins. I could feel it. I could feel it. Now, let's get wild!
with morality. It's not just stance dependent.
Wait, let's back that up.
You can't actually do anything immoral, which is why he does so many things which are immoral, right? Because from his perspective, it's just dependent on stance. The right is saying there's universality with morality. It's not just stance dependent. It's stance independent. The reason that they get so upset with the left is because they perceive them as doing things which are horrendously immoral. But from the left stance, they're like, well, but it's all stance dependent. So I can't be doing anything.
Yeah, buddy. Shout out to the DJs. Oh, I can feel the degeneracy coursing through my veins.
Immoral. And that's why the underpinnings for the kind of like philosophical pillars, they don't align, and why we're constantly clashing. The right considers these people complete immoral degenerates. And from their view, they are. The left, on the other hand, sees that as being totalitarian and evil, and that they're there to control, destroy, oppress.
Yeah, when you first sign up, they're gonna throw a bunch of shit at you that maybe you like it, maybe you don't, because they got to figure it out. But after you've been using it for a while, it knows whether or not you are on that app to see boobs or not. Gondark said Hitler was a psychotic retard with a micropeen. Sounds about right. We got King Nirvana. Welcome to the party. Working night soon. So there you go. You'll learn that there is a charisma and an honor to going through the degen shit that happens that teaches you about life. It just is what it is. Street smarts. They call it street smarts for a reason. I don't think he got there yet. Hold on.
Because, and that they're there to control, destroy, oppress. Because from their view, what could they be doing immoral if everything which is moral?
Oh, equality. You missed it. Where is it? You missed that. But we, of course, have switched over to your boyfriend, your favorite, Andrew Wilson. And so, this is a good stopping point anyway. But what I want you to look out for here is in these clips, notice how Andrew will frame the leftist, secularist, atheist mentality, or whatever the fuck he puts it. He will frame that as, here's the problem with that. And then he will appeal to that same thing. He switches back and forth between presenting his ideas based on his worldview and presenting these ideas based on your worldview. It'll make a little bit more sense when we get there.
It's dependent on their own stance.
Right.
All right, so I want to make sure that everybody can just absorb what happened here. Because on the surface...
Yeah, you got to absorb it. That leftists don't stand for anything, but we do, so we're better. So I got to tell you about it.
This may sound like just some philosophical tangent, but actually this is an extremely important thing that Andrew has just said. This sets the groundwork for the debate. It lays the framework. And so left versus right, this is thrown around a lot these days. And it can relate to tax and so...
Wait, you live in a co-op? Wait, what? You got to say more on that. What makes what you live in a co-op? You don't really hear that very often outside of the fucking commies. Yeah, nah. It's funny because you may or may not remember, but when I got the Gorilla Glue that I have now, when I ordered it, they were like, "Hey man, there's seeds in it. I just want to let you know, you could switch it out or you could And I when you say there's seeds in your weed, I'm thinking like brick weed. Like let's see if we can get a good picture here. Brick weed with seeds. Let's see. Yeah, like this is what I'm thinking. Oh, this is what I'm thinking. When you say there's seeds in it, because I mean, I'm an OG, even though I didn't smoke until high school. That's still not irregular to get that. And so like seed. So they're like, I was like, send me a picture of the nug. What exactly does it look like? And so let's see what we got here. What do we got? So this is a lot more similar to the picture that I got sent. So there's little seeds in there, and I mean you can't see from this picture, but it looked more like that, where there's some seeds here and there, but it was still a solid bud. And I was like, fuck it, I'll take it because Gorilla Glue. Stupid. Gorilla Glue number 4 is my favorite strain outside of Pineapple Muffin, but I don't know if that's a real thing because I've only seen it one time. But Gorilla Glue number 4 is fire. And so, if it's looking like this, then I'll take it. I'm used to the other shit. I'm not used to it, but I mean, I've had to deal with the other shit. You know? And so, yeah, like, I know we're kind of going off on a tangent here, but it's 4:20 and I'm getting drunk. So this is actually more similar to what my GG4 looks like. It's not great GG4, but it is GG4. And so I was like, give me some. And he's like, I'll give you an extra eighth. Cool. Done. Aren't we all? Okay, we all own shares in the whole building. Interesting. You said it, not me. David said it is all political now, with occasional videos of women hitting men and then getting a new understanding. Is that your X page? I'm telling you guys, I don't know what it is. I don't know why you guys have such a strong bias against TikTok. I don't get it. If you think there's some level of privacy that you have, you don't. It's such a better platform. The only thing missing from TikTok is that, like, YouTube needs to add being able to post pictures in the comments. It's such a more dynamic way to discuss things. And, like, you know, let's say I watch a video and I have something to say about it that, like, I generally disagree with it. I could write a whole long or I can just put a meme that exemplifies exactly why, and then other people can have that discussion under that. The only thing they're missing is direct replies to comments. Other than that, the video replies to the comments is amazing. So, for example, let's say this was just a regular video, not a live stream, and somebody commented lazy gardening. We were just showing the seaweed, right? The brickweed. Then I could take this comment and make a whole new video based off of that, and it will tag Box, so Box will be able to see it. And the beauty of that is that because the algorithm is much more wide open, initially I have a direct audience, and because other people will be interested in whatever it is that I'm talking about, that the algorithm shows them, it just fosters a conversation so much better. Yeah, we all used to have to struggle through that. All of that. You're a DJ, fucking DJ. I do like Kush. But yeah, gang. Dilly, ma fucking dilly. Yeah, GG4. It's got. I honestly, I don't think I've only had GG4. I don't know what GG3 even is. I've only had the number 4. So the co-op, it's like a condo, but I'm part owner in the whole building. I think you're thinking of a commune. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. Went to a co-op once, and after them violated the NAP with their body odor. What's embarrassing? Libertarians are communists. Why do so many NCAPs claim libertarian? I think we were just talking shit. Jay said, who's actually supporting these anti-ICE people? A lot of people. A lot of dumb people. There's always been... What? HBO started as the place to go find titties. We didn't have the internet. There was just the black box. That was the place. I was like, who is Bake Rattlesnake? Bake Waddle Jake is going to explain the deep orgasmic profundity of Captain Humility. Let's hear it.
Social issues and these sorts of things. But what Andrew is pointing out here is something much deeper than that. It's the real divide. Does objective morality exist or does it not? The Christian says yes, moral facts are real. They're universal. They exist outside of your feelings and your culture.
So do other people as well who aren't Christians. That'll come up in a minute.
For Andrew, they come from God and they are unchanging. The left says no. Morality is something that we collectively made up. It's stance dependent. Your stance, my stance, nobody's actually wrong. It's all just relative. And this...
Yeah, I mean, X is by far the worst social media platform. It is by far the worst social media platform. And like, I appreciate the free speechness that Elon brought, but just like our own Discord server, you realize that when you open that up, that, you know what, some moderation is good. Some moderation is good. And then you start paying people for replies, and so they're just rage baiting. Oh, it's so bad. It's so bad. It is insane to me that somebody could think that X is a better platform than TikTok. Insane.
It really matters practically, because when most people engage in these debates and these conversations, they make this...
Blame your governor. It was only like that because the cops were told to stand down. Notice how... Let's look at... all right, let's do this. Can you give me a graph or chart of the cities that ICE was most active in as of 2026? Because a boxer, I don't like ICE like it was in Minnesota, as if that was ICE doing something specifically. ICE is operating all throughout the country. But you don't see it like it was in Minnesota. Because Jacob Fry and Tim Walz told the fucking local police to stand down. It's almost like there's a reason that cops exist. It's almost like federal law enforcement and local law enforcement have different roles. That's fair. I'll give you that. All right, let's see what they are saying. So, you grab a shot of ICE was most active in. So there's a clean official top, But, okay, so here we go. So, ICE activity in 2026. Miami. Do we have like a... Okay. Okay, but I don't know what these fucking numbers are. I don't care. Just give me the exact same thing. There we go. So how many estimated arrests or actions? So we have Miami. What in the fuck is this? Miami, 8,000 to 10,000. San Diego, 5,000 to 7,000. Washington, D.C., 15 to 20,000. Minneapolis, not even close. 3 to 5. And then we also have Chicago, 3 to 5. New Orleans, 2 to 4. And guess what you didn't see? You didn't see people dying on the streets in any of these cities. Why do you think that is, Box? Because ICE was able to operate as they were supposed to operate. They weren't being impeded by citizens who think they know what the fuck they know when they don't know jack shit. What did ICE do wrong? Respond badly? Was that your answer? They responded badly to people committing felonies on them? I mean, come on, dude. Monopoly on force is the tool Marxists will steal control of and oppress you. Everything the left does is parasitic and feeds off the ignorance of right-wingers. True. New season of Euphoria. Actually, not too bad. Shout out to Quality and Deference because vagina with another $2 Rumble rant. Thank you. So very, very much. Thank you. Said if morality is based on God's mind, then it's subjective by definition. You know that. I know that. But try to tell them that. They have the mob on their side. So they can just go, nuh-uh, and then they win. If morality is based on God's mind, then it is subjective. That's what that word means. Thank you, thank you, thank you so very, very much. Let's update the banner here. Guys, that is 1/3 already there. That is 5 out of 15 donations. And we are $13 out of 75 to get Morty a special treat and me to do push-ups. Look how fucking puny I am. I'm puny. I need your help. There, look at that. Look at that. It goes inward. It goes inward. You're supposed to have muscles that go out. What's going on, man? What's going on? Oh, my goodness. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So, thank you so very, very much. Oh, I missed this too. Objective morality exists based on God's mind, making it subjective by example. Yep. Also, if his morality is unchanging, why is he he pro-slavery then anti-slavery, pro-polygamy then anti-polygamy, super restrictive on diet, and then you can eat what you want because he's a hypocrite. It's just that simple. He's a hypocrite. He's a hypocrite. Can't let the feds get too big for their britches. It's the American way. I mean, sure, I don't disagree with that. But them just doing what we told them to do is not getting too big for their britches. I would argue that it was the Alex Preddies and the Renee Goods of the world that are getting too big for their britches, thinking that the American people can decide, we want ICE to do this thing. But you physically can block them for no reason. Whose britches are too big? David said, as I understand it, he didn't buy X to make it free speech, but for AI and his training. Yeah, makes sense. Makes sense. They came through Massachusetts and we had no problems. Yep. They went through, as we just saw, all these different places. All these different places. And you didn't see anyone die. And even with the local PD standing down, there was only 2 deaths. So I don't really understand what that means when you say I don't like how ICE was in Minnesota, because it wasn't any different. It was the local PD and it was the people who were different. What is the lib right? So one thing. Yeah, what you talking about, Willis? What you talking about? Oh, hey, just don't commit any fucking felonies, and they won't fucking shoot you. Right? Libertarians believe you should be allowed to fully own automatic weapons. We're more right wing than basically every single Republican. You're more again, the framing of the right wing, left wing. I get what you're saying. But I don't know. You know what I mean? Like, it doesn't make you more right-wing, but you are right in the sense that there's a lot of Republicans who are, well, I mean, I guess we don't need automatic. I get what you're saying, but that's the break-in of the left-right paradigm. Thank you again, equality and deference, because of vagina.
Same mistake. They assume that both people are playing by the same rules. Same basic view of reality. Same understanding of what words like good and bad and morality even mean. And if you're making this mistake, then there's actually no point in having the debate or the conversation whatsoever.
Fair enough. Fair enough. But are you telling me that if I can't run the tag argument, then you don't understand what it is that I mean when I say good and bad? Because if you know, even if we draw it down to the suffering of all human beings to the greatest well-being of all human beings, if that's not what you're talking about, whether or not I subscribe to the same thing, if when I say good, it aligns with what you mean when you say good, then why does it matter? Oh, because you have to be right. You have to win. That's why.
because you are just coming at it from two different realities and you're not having the same conversation. You're arguing about conclusions while they are undermining the foundations of what allows us to reach conclusions. And I think that's actually a perfect microcosm for how these things play out on a societal basis. Conservatives will prioritize speech and debate and making the argument and winning people over through.
Shout out to Charlie. R.I.P. R.I.P. to a legend. I mean, can anyone argue that he didn't hold the right together? Can anyone argue that at this point?
Reason. The left will just subvert. They'll change the definitions. They'll capture institutions. They'll move the goalposts, and they'll never ask for permission. Because if there are no moral facts, then why would you try and win an argument based upon merit? And we'll get into what this means politically later, and why Andrew argues that Christians should be in charge. But for now, let's carry on.
But there's also a level of deception that we're talking about here, because if you take an ideology like Nazism, there's tenets to it.
Sure.
And if you then go, well, you're a Nazi, but then you don't obey or follow any of the tenets, then that is fundamentally illogical.
I've had multiple debates with people on whether or not Donald Trump's a fascist, okay, from their worldview. See, it's simple. All you have to do is you take the historic prism of what fascism is. They'll admit, clearly he doesn't meet that. But he meets certain tenets, which we...
I love that you think that. I think the world needs people like you who believe that the left would run on jobs and houses and actually mean it. I love that you think that that could be a thing, but it's not, Box. This is about as reasonable to expect as true anarcho-communism. Or excuse me, hold on. Anarcho-capitalism. What do we got here? David said, since at least the 80s, bad, sick, wicked, and probably others can all mean good. So you should probably define terms in every conversation. Right. But if I say to you, David, you're a Christian, right? If I say to you, David, oh, it's good that, it's good that I got home on time so that I wasn't late for the show. Are you confused as to what I mean when I say that? Or do you understand that whether or not I ground that goodness in God, or something else, that we're saying it's a preferable outcome? And so when you get too pedantic and act like, good? What mean good? Pedantic is the right word.
Can say have overlap with fascism enough that they reach like a fascist minimum. Well, what the hell does that mean? Well, it just means that interpretively, from their kind of stance-dependent view, right? Which
not even, bro. Not even. That's only a mechanism to go against Trump. It literally is Trump bad. It literally is Trump bad. And I'm not saying there's not people like Box out there who are where to go? Who are giving explicit solutions to, or pointing out real problems, giving solutions, and trying to move in the direction. I'm not saying that. But the party as a whole, they're not interested in the same things you're interested in, Box. I mean, far be it for me. Abe said, moral good is different than a good outcome for you. But that's right, but that's what I'm saying. If we're not talking about the moral good and the foundation, then you don't need to dig into it, because you're being pedantic, because you understand the message that I'm trying to communicate. If we are having a debate about what is good, then yes, of course, it's important to define it at that level. But in just casual conversation, if you don't understand what I mean when I say, "Oh, it's good that person saved the drowning girl," if you don't know what I'm saying, then you must be purposely misunderstanding. Folks, I don't trust the Dems. That's why I left them. I want them to do well. I'm still a lefty deep down inside. But you don't trust them, and you left them, and you don't think they can do well. So what makes you a lefty? Or what about is it? David said, not generally, but just to be contrary, I would say it depends on how you said it. You could have been sarcastic. So assuming that I'm not being sarcastic. So that's what I'm saying. So now you're getting pedantic. Now you're getting pedantic, as if you don't understand what I meant. Yeah, all the time. All the time. And it's really frustrating. This is exactly you know, when the Dave Smith conversation, it was very clear Dave wasn't like going in to have a structured debate. It was just a general casual conversation, and Andrew brought it immediately to why can't 8 dudes bang each other and have a child and all that stuff. Like, that's not casual conversation, or rather, yeah, that's switching. And again, he's going to do the same thing here. Well, not the same thing. He's going to do a similar thing where he's going to talk about how this is how it should be from the Christian nationalist worldview. And then he's going to say, well, the leftist worldview does X, Y, and Z. And then he'll make a point based on the leftist worldview and try to take a W for that point. If you take the W, then you legitimize the way that you got there.
Means I made it up. Well, it just means that interpretively, from their kind of stance-dependent view, right, which means I made it up, this arbitrary metric, he meets it, therefore he is it. Now, unless you have some grounding which is objective, how do you argue with that? Well, you really can't, because what most political debating is it's taking fact and then it's...
But Social Security doesn't work, and we don't have good health care. Agreed. So what is the party doing that makes you want to do that? Don't you think that you could better serve yourself and the entire country by bringing I just saw that. We gotta take a side quest for that, just because we're not gonna watch the whole thing. But yeah, that's crazy. That's crazy. I'm gonna start this so I don't forget. What was I saying? Yeah, I think that you could, in the same way that I am trying to be a non-believer in a right-wing space, I think I'm much more effective at opening people's minds and fostering discussions in this arena than if I were to just go and talk to a bunch of atheist leftists all the time about religion. Right?
Arguing about your feelings over that fact. That's 90% of what a political debate is. Here's a fact, and now let's argue our vibes.
Right, and that's why when I got that question, I don't know if I'll ever forget it. What is politics about more? Policy or feelings? Like it or not, the answer is feelings.
So unless there's some objective grounding that you have to tell them that they're wrong, right, it's actually very difficult to get the upper hand in a vibes debate, isn't it? So you really have to bring it back to not just facts, but foundation. They don't have any. They're more, this is why I hate them, because they're morally corrupt, ambiguous, no morality having.
How Christian of you to hate people.
Scumbags. And that's what they want to do. They want to take a fact and then argue their vibes about the fact. But when you get to their foundations, what is their foundation? They don't have any. Their entire foundation is there are no moral facts. So if that's the case, how can you do anything immoral if there's no moral facts? How? You can't.
So guys, like I said, this is a 2-hour episode and I can only get the best moments in here, but I did do a full review this morning for a few hours online.
Yeah, go check that out. So we're going to take a little side quest based on what Box just said about the Trump Baby Fund. I had not heard about this. Shout out to Actual Justice Warrior. So if you have a child born in this range, January 1st, 2025 to December 31st, 2028, you can get your child a lot of fucking money. Peep game.
Live stream with the better.
So the S&P 500, which averages about a 10% growth each and every year, which again is just free money that grows over time and compounds interest that you're leaving on the table by not creating one of these accounts. But of course, if you have a child under 18, they are also eligible for one of these accounts. You would just have to fund it yourself, and you would not get the bonus if your child is not born within that time frame, is not in that age range. But whatever, it's only $1,000, and while it matters and while it's free money and you definitely should get it, it is not something that is going to make or break, because little contributions from you can also effectively secure your child child's future. And by the way, there's actually charts on the trumpaccount.gov website, which will be linked in the description, that give you an idea of how these investments would grow over time.
Check this
Again,
out.
based on standard returns from the S&P 500, where your money will be invested until your child is 18 years old. So as you can see right here, if you just take...
Before we do that, Equality, thank you very much for hanging out. You have a good one. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So, yeah, we have the Trump accounts here. Is there anything up here? Nothing important. All right,
where your money will be invested until your child is 18 years old. So as you can see right here, if you just take the $1,000 and you contribute $0 a year, by the time your child is age 18, that will grow to $6,000.
So the account is, if you have a child born in that time frame, then you can start this account and they will give you $1,000 to start. They will give you $1,000 to start. So if you don't touch that money, you're going to 6x by the time they're 18. If you contribute $250, that's almost 20 grand, and $5,000 a year, you're getting over $250,000.
Now, of course, this is nothing special. This is not all that impressive. But remember, compound interest, your greatest ally happens to be time. So let's check back on this account a few years later at age 27, and you'll see that it will grow significantly from that $6,000. So by the time your child is age 27, it will be $15,000. But by the time your child reaches age 55, again, which is around retirement age, it will actually be closer to $250,000. According to this calculator, $243,000. And again, this would be $250,000 of free money for your child's retirement if you contribute nothing, but your child is born between 2025, January 1st, and between the end of 2028, December 31st is the cutoff of that particular year. So obviously, if you have a kid or you're planning to have a kid within this range, open up a Trump account, get the $1,000, let the investment start growing, because again, you're just leaving $250,000 on the table for your child's future retirement. That is absolutely free. But the thing is, once you start contributing a little bit to this account, that's when the numbers start to get extraordinarily beneficial. So
here's the thing though, Liberty, I'm okay, given the fact that I do pay taxes, I'm okay with my taxes going to stuff like this. I'm okay with my taxes going to stuff like this because it will actually benefit the country.
But let's say you take the $1,000 and then you end up contributing $250 a year. Well, that is $19,000 at age 18. It's about $51,000 by the time your child turns 27. But by the time your child turns to be 55 years old, it is $873,000. Again, a retirement for your child that's actually pretty decent. And by the way, contribution limits and a lot of things end up adjusting for inflation. So who knows what it will be down the line. And as we know, assets tend to be inflated first, meaning that they take advantage of inflation, which is where your child's retirement will actually be. And by the way, it doesn't stop there. If you manage to actually, contribute the maximum, the $5,000 a year, then by the time your child turns 18, this retirement account that you're setting up for them ends up going to $271,000 at that point in time. And then again, just based on growth, by the time they're 27, it's $742,000. And by the time they're at age 55, it is an account worth $13 million.
And even if you don't contribute anything, that turns into, again, almost $250,000. Now, of course, inflation's going to keep going, but you use this money, and I mean, you got to look at the specifics, but I believe it's tax-free when you take it out.
And again, this is because of the magic of compound interest, which allows the growth of your money to also grow year after year in what is now a Roth IRA account.
Okay, wait. This is
year, by the way, age 18 don't tend to have a very high income. You'll end up paying a low tax rate, especially, by the way, if you do this in phases.
I sent this to my sister because my niece is about to be born any day now.
Say you decide to take your 60K and you're going to convert it 20K a year for your child's 18th, 19th, and 20th year on this world. Well, that ends up putting you in a position where you have $60,000 in what is now a Roth.
I mean, yeah, I guess, but that can happen in any type of investment investment plan.
IRA account. And if you were to contribute absolutely nothing in that account over the course of 40 years while your child is actually just working and doing regular stuff, maybe setting up their own retirement.
Right. But especially if inflation goes up that much higher, then $13 million ahead, that's a lot better than being $1 ahead or $1 behind.
The growth on that $60,000 in 40 years would bring the account to a value of $3.274 million, which, by the way, $3.214 million of that money would be the interest earned, which, if it's in a Roth IRA account, would be tax-free.
So again, you're donating, you're contributing nothing, and you get $3 million.
You wouldn't have to pay taxes on those millions of dollars, all because you, as a parent, after investing in this Trump account and letting the account grow over time, it got it to the point where it's in and around $60,000, and you decided to pay the tax penalty for the Roth conversion starting from the time that they were 18 years old. You know that phrase that gets thrown around a lot? It's called generational wealth. That's exactly it right here in a nutshell.
So again, I will drop the link. You guys should definitely check this out. I don't have kids, so I'm not going to look any further into it because it's just not anything that I need. But yeah, definitely check that out.
You'll get Discord person. Discord, jump in, introduce yourself. Good bit of fun, and see you in the next live.
You can't ever do anything immoral if you don't believe there's no moral facts.
Well, but they believe that we are with all our different perspectives, because we have different perspectives on things, you and I, certainly. They believe that we are immoral. So they must have some kind of
I mean, we can try. I don't think it's going to give me anything.
Something that...
Oh, look, we found it. I don't have many regrets, but one of them was not starting a Roth IRA about 15 years earlier than I did, with 31 likes. Shout out to Box.
morality. It's just
you can't ever do anything immoral if you don't believe there's no moral facts.
Well, but they believe that we are with all our different perspectives, because we have different perspectives on things, you and I, certainly. They believe that we are immoral.
I mean, you got a good girl. I'm ready to go.
So they must have some kind of morality. It's just
stance-dependent morality.
Meaning, what's the difference between
haven't we all
that and what your morality? Because you would say your morality comes from God or the Bible, or
sure. There's two kinds of foundations for how it is that you can interpret morality. There may be more, but there's usually going to be two. It's is morality real or not? If it's not real, then you're an anti-realist, let's say. If it is real, then you're not.
Okay, and so we know that Andrew Wilson is a moral realist.
When I say real here, I'm saying this is a universal fact, that this is a moral fact. Now, the left and progressives and atheists and secularists, they don't generally believe in those moral facts. They think that morality is a social
How do you know what I believe? I'm an atheist. I'm secular. You don't know at all what I believe.
construction that we make up, and it's societally dependent. There is no overarching like moral facts. The religious say that there are, that God gave us moral facts. And
okay, and are you right about that? You gotta have faith. You gotta have faith.
These are the moral ways in which you have to live your life. And
Buck said, I don't know where my morality comes from, but it exists and it comes from somewhere. I don't really care where, as much as I care it exists to begin with. Yeah, fair enough. It did say generally, but again, how do you know that? You're just making the assertion based on the atheists who express leftist politics. This is the problem. The representative heuristic of the atheist worldview, which is not a thing and does not exist, is a collection of leftist ideas that some atheists have. That's all it is. And it's not generally. There are a lot of people who are religious and hold those ideas, and there's a lot of people who are not religious who don't hold those ideas. It's not generally. There may be a slight correlation, but it's not towards atheism. It's a political divide. It's a political, ideological difference, and atheism is not an ideology. Secular is not an ideology.
they're willing to enforce that. They're willing to enforce those moral facts. And so because for them not to do that is immoral, right? Allowing my society to run around and do immoral things. Obviously, I want to curtail that.
But everybody else, it's just my preferences. Hey, shout out to Trey Williams. Welcome to the party. Very good to see ya. Very much appreciated.
The other side thinks that that's totalitarian, though, right? That's the worldview divide. So the question is, how can you tell a person, how do you tell Destiny that it's immoral that he sucked 50 dicks? How do you do that? If it's the case that that's not a moral fact. How? Well, you can't. And that's where they...
Right. Okay. And so you must say how you can do it based on your worldview.
live. That's
Well,
why
his sucking of dicks is irrelevant to me personally. He's perfectly entitled to suck as many dicks as he wants. I encourage him to do more.
Yeah, but why? Well, like what?
I mean, I wouldn't encourage him to do more, but yeah, whatever makes you happy, as long as you're not hurting anybody.
Why is it that the this idea of like OnlyFans hookers and homosexual marriage and stuff like this? Why is that stuff we have to deal with again? What?
Because people like you marry them. Oops.
Like why?
Why isn't it?
Well, see what I mean though. Like even that question, why isn't it? It's like that's not given an accounting.
He's not asking for an accounting. You made the claim. We should not have to deal with these things. And so he said, okay, why not? See, this is what you're doing. This is why I specifically say a lot of times when I'm not challenging you, I'm just asking to be clear. Because people think that, well, okay, why is that? That's a challenge, and that's saying, no, that's not it. He's so defensive. You can see it clear as day with the well, you like this. You can see it with that clip. But once you know it's there, you can see that he's insecure. He's a very insecure man.
Stuff we have to deal with again? What?
So he's saying, why do we have to deal with gays being gay? Why do we have to deal with that? And Constantine is just saying, well, under your worldview, why shouldn't we? Even that question.
Like why?
Why isn't it?
Well, see what I mean though? Like even that question.
No, Andrew. No, we don't see what you mean because you haven't said anything yet. You said what you believe. You have not said why you believe it.
Why isn't it? It's like that's not giving an accounting for a worldview. That's asking me to give an accounting for a worldview.
Yeah. Exactly. Dilly, Jason. Hey, man. Learning so we don't have to. So gay men have lower divorce rates than hetero marriages. Explain that, God, because they're promiscuous to begin with, so they don't really care if they sleep outside of the relationship. So I don't know if that's a point that you want to use, because when you have a community being gay people that don't care about the sanctity of marriage in the same way that the religious do, then they're not going to adhere to it.
And an accounting for a worldview. That's asking me to give an accounting for a worldview.
Yeah.
What am I missing about the blue shirt? Was there something with a blue shirt?
It's not giving an accounting for a worldview. That's asking me to give an accounting for a worldview.
Yeah.
Yep, you're the guest on the podcast. They're asking about your worldview. Welcome to the conversation.
But the thing
you're insisting that there is a worldview that's correct.
Sure.
Right? And therefore it's up to you to articulate why it is correct.
Sure. But when you say, why isn't it?
It's a genuine question. I'm trying to probe your worldview, that's all.
Again, and so when he says, why isn't it? He's not saying that we do, in fact, need this. He's asking, based on your ideology, why don't we? Listen again.
For a worldview? Question, why isn't it? It's like, that's not giving an accounting for a worldview. That's asking me to give an accounting for a worldview.
Yeah.
But the thing
you're insisting that there is a worldview that's correct.
Sure.
Right? And therefore it's up to you to articulate why it is correct.
Sure. But when you say, why isn't it?
It's a genuine question. I'm trying to probe your worldview, that's all.
And I'm gonna walk you through it. If there are no moral facts,
just
because I
answer the
said so,
fucking question.
that's why. And that's the
What the fuck did he just say?
Well, question, I'm trying to probe your worldview, that's all.
And I'm gonna walk you through it. If there are no moral facts, because I said so, that's why. And that's
see, and this is where he goes. He's saying this is the wrong moral. This is the wrong perspective. It is the wrong perspective to say there are no moral facts. I believe that there are moral facts. But then when he's asked why we shouldn't do things, he says there's no moral facts, and I just feel like it.
Genuine question. I'm trying to probe your worldview, that's all.
And I'm gonna walk you through it. If there are no moral facts, because I said so, that's why. And
so again, you don't believe that. You don't believe, Andrew, that there are no moral facts. So when he's asking for an accounting of your worldview, and you say there are no moral facts, then you're misrepresenting your worldview, and you're trying to confuse the situation so that your wording sounds better. He's just saying, according to other people, if there's no moral facts, then my moral basis is that you shouldn't do it. Okay, and then? That's not answering the question. So this be in chat where people don't say Epstein and lies. Bro, this is great. Shout out to you guys. And she's like, but other people are gay. There are moral facts. You just don't need Jesus to arrive to them. Bingo. Yep. Doesn't walk you through. I'm going to walk you through it. Doesn't walk them through it. Does he believe that is somehow an intelligent argument? Yes, David, he does. Indeed, he does. Oh! I didn't say it, but... Whoopsies! Let me say it's a good argument in a debate, a really horrible argument when people are trying to know why you believe what you believe and why we should follow it. Bingo! Exactly. And so then again, it comes back to the question that we always ask with Andrew Wilson. Does he genuinely want to push Christian nationalism? Or does he want to be the guy that is pushing Christian nationalism? Because he's very effective in many, 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 many ways. So if he really wants to change this country, then his content won't be as necessary. And many other people will create the same type of content. So which is it? Do you care more about your message playing out in society, or do you care more about your own platform, your own profile?
If there are no moral facts,
which you don't believe,
because I said so.
Okay, and so given the fact that you do believe there are moral facts, why should Destiny not be sucking dicks?
That's why. And that's the failure of left-wing and progressive anti-realists. If there are no moral facts, and you ask me why it is that I should enforce my worldview, because I fucking want to.
But again, you're making this argument based on your belief that there are moral facts. So you're saying, well, there are no moral facts, so I just said so. But that's not what you believe. You just got finished saying that that's the wrong worldview. So why are you appealing to it? Buck said, I don't want the country to be run by Christian fundamentalists any more than I want Muslims or Jews running this boat. Can we please get normal, secular folks with a solid moral complex? Please. Well, complex, compass, and then I don't know what pox is, but you know what I mean. And yeah, I mean, the saddest part of all of this is I think they cover it in this clip. If not, we could take a look at the actual podcast. But when you actually break down what it is that he purports to want, we already have it. We already have it. He just wants society to be based on Christian values. And it is. And so if you're not saying that you want to, arrest people for not being Christian or being gay or any of these things, then how is that different than how we already live? Spoiler alert, it's not. It's not at all. Who do you like more, Blair White, Steven Crowder, Tatum, or Shapiro? I don't know who Shapiro is, but if we're talking about Shapiro, those are all very different. So I wouldn't put the, like, Blair does funny, look at the trances videos. Crowder covers news with too many people tagging onto the joke. Tatum kind of just is out there, and I don't even know what Shapiro's doing. Yep, that's his word. I should enforce my worldview because I want to. Is it? I don't think it is. I don't think enforce my worldview is wild work at all. I think that's what we're all trying to do. That's why we vote. That's why we protest. That's why we start YouTube channels and talk about stuff, because we want to enforce our worldview. That doesn't mean at the end of a gun. That doesn't mean forcing you to think all the same things that you think. I think it's just, enacting what I think, what I see as the world being the best. I want that. What's wrong with that? I don't think there's anything wrong with that. I think he's just, not really living that.
I mean, why it is that I should enforce my worldview? Because I fucking want to. there's no way for you to ever object against.
Again, because of the fact that there is no secular, there's no such thing as a secular worldview as an ideology. It just means without religion. In the same way, there's no atheistic worldview. It just means a worldview that doesn't include a God. You would have to ask the person. And so if you ask me, I will say Aristotle's virtue ethics. Some other people might say Kant's categorical imperatives. There are other answers than God. You may not like them, but they exist. They are objective. And until you can prove the existence of the God that you're talking about, then you don't have an absolute morality. I want to force an objective worldview that isn't based on a mystical Jew. That's a shit. Me too.
Because I fucking want to. And there's no way for you to ever object against that. Any objection you have, which is stance dependent, which it will be, this is going to be the same objection that I give you, which is stance dependent.
Right. So again, nothing there addressed his worldview. The question was, under your worldview, why should Destiny not suck more dicks? And he said, because I feel like it. He said it himself. He said it himself. He has no other justification than because I fucking want to.
All right. So here's what I take from that. And it's kind of liberating.
You imply God when you talk about secularity, because secularity specifically refers to religion, which typically has a God. So come on. Don't act like that God was completely irrelevant.
Once it clicks. It's a bit of a weight off the shoulders once you realize this, once the penny drops on this one. We live in a society where the progressive secular worldview is treated as the default, as the only reasonable position. And anything that deviates from it, traditional values, Christian ethics, and pushback against the degeneracy being pumped into our culture, is treated as abhorrent. It's dangerous. It's something to be ashamed of. And for the longest time, people on our side have kind of just accepted that framing. They've felt like they've had to justify themselves, and they've constantly been trying to appease the other side and ask for permission, if you will. But then you do what Andrew just did. You zoom out and you just ask the simplest question possible. Why? Why do we have to accept this?
But that was the question that was presented to you. Constantine said, okay, I'm accepting your worldview. Why, under your worldview, should Destiny not suck more dicks? And you said, well, there are no moral facts, so I just think so. You didn't offer anything. Of course, Jake's going to suck him off, but...
What is the irrefutable epistemology, the impenetrable moral framework that suggests that we have to? The moment you ask them to ground it in something real, it just falls apart. There is nothing. It's just stance-dependent morality all the way down.
That's not what was happening. That is not an accurate accounting of the clip that you just showed, Jake.
Their stance, what they've decided is correct, and then everybody else just needs to get in line. So I do think that it's really important that we view it through this lens, as opposed to just accepting all of these progressive liberal presuppositions. I mean, you are not a bad person for wanting a society that's built on something real, something with tradition, something that's lasted the test of time, something based...
Which part of that is real? See how that's always smuggled in. I want something real that has not ever been proven and seems unfalsifiable. How do you know it's real then? How do you know it's real? I said in a secular worldview, which you said I would have to ask the individual, right? Then you made a generalization about the God I'm talking about. No, the general you, the royal you, whatever God that the person I am talking to is appealing to. It depends. Oh, there's the hungry dance. We got a hungry dance, guys. Feed the puppy. He's dying. This is what he does before he dies of hunger. So I'm not putting words in your mouth. I'm answering the question in a general way. The question again being, if where does the moral compass point to in a secular worldview? Everyone be nice to each other. So I'll, obviously I'll chop off the last piece because you're being a little tongue in cheek there. Fair enough. Where's the moral compass point in a secular worldview? It depends on the worldview. The secular worldview is not a thing. And so a secular worldview just means a worldview that does not have a God in it. So I'm not putting words in your mouth. I'm saying the response to someone saying, where does your moral compass if you're not Christian, is that which is in line with what you're talking about.
It's built on... something real, something with tradition, something that's lasted the test of time, something based upon wisdom. You are not extreme for that. You are not dangerous for that.
Why? Why would you think I would? Well, are you talking about me? Why would I not be? Why would I not want that?
You're just refusing to pretend that their made-up framework is the only one that makes sense and is the only one that is moral. Moving on now.
But that isn't that just?
No, we're gonna let that hungry dance go. He's leaving us. Oh, guys, come on.
Quite a simplistic way of looking at. For instance, if you look at literature, we had Christians silence. Well, saying certain books shouldn't be published. For instance, Lady Chatterley's Lover by D.H. Lawrence, a classic of English literature. They didn't want that to be published. They were bowdlerizing Shakespeare. Well, surely,
wait, we have to go.
Be published. They were bowdlerizing Shakespeare. But surely you're a freedom of speech guy, aren't you?
I mean, to an extent, there's no.
When it's convenient, I mean, yeah, I want to say the things that I want to say, but if other people say things that I don't like and it gets censored, I don't really care. Ugh.
So here's my view on rights. What is a right? Let's start with that. What is it?
Same old fucking. He has like 5 different points, and no matter what, and I mean, kudos to him. No matter what, doesn't matter the podcast, doesn't matter the discussion, doesn't matter the topic. He will always bring it back to one of these 5 arguments.
You tell us.
Well, it's a social construction that we made the fuck up.
Jake once made fun of Costco for advocating not punching someone who insults your mom or girlfriend. That's because you gotta be a man, bro! You gotta be a man! Yeah! That's who's sucking off Andrew right now, so.
You tell us.
Well, it's a social construction that we made the fuck up. That's what a right is.
Mm-hmm.
If it's something else other than that, tell me what it is. Where?
Yeah, I did do a when I was the I Didn't Read Your Book podcast. I did do an episode with a dog trainer who was up there. He had a good profile. I can find the link for you. Yeah, I'll find it.
That's what a right is.
Mm-hmm.
If it's something else other than that, tell me what it is. Where is it? I can't see it, touch it, taste it.
So it's the
smell
social construction that you have a right not to be forced to wear a mask.
Yeah. What else would it be?
Okay, fine.
Yeah. Like
so where's this going? What's your argument?
Well, the argument is like rights are made up. Here's what's actually true. What's actually true is you have a right to do whatever you can do within the purview of force. And that's it. You have rights because people use force to ensure that you have rights.
Mm-hmm.
And the second people don't ensure that there's force used so that you have rights, you don't have them anymore. But the secularist, or in this case, not really the secularist, but the atheist mind or the non-religious mind, they can't ground rights in anything. They made them up.
Nope. Again, Aristotle, Plato, Immanuel Kant, many different people have established things that are an objective standard. Yet again, I will accept that that's not absolute morality, and if God does exist, then that would supersede that. But you Christians have to prove that first.
So then they don't come from
and not just a God, that God.
God. They just made them up.
Mm-hmm.
So what they're saying is that we just make this shit up, and somehow we're just all going to adhere to it, even though there's no overarching real moral duty to do so. Where does it come from? Nowhere. So rights don't even exist. You can't taste them, can't touch them, can't smell them, right? They're just products of the mind.
But come back to me about the D.H. Lawrence bowdlerizing Shakespeare point.
Yeah.
And you clutched your heart as if you were clutching pearls in a kind of mocking way, which is interesting.
Yeah.
Why do you feel that?
Who gives a shit?
I give a shit.
Well, okay, great. Ground it.
All right, hold on. So we're doing, and no, he's gonna do the same exact thing. So I'm dropping a link to a video. Let's just take a little peek here. Oh, did I do this one live? So Captain Chad.
We're now here talking about dog training because I feel like I know you more so through like the MMA community because I met you.
Really?
I met you through Jesse, right?
Right. Shout out to Jesse on fire.
And I've never seen any dog training content, on your like YouTube or your Instagram. So I was.
Right now, it's kind of right now, dog training is my main source of income, but I am looking to do this full time.
Of course, if he were to talk about it in public out loud, it would just create so much friction, and he just chose to keep it, like that. And I do too.
Well, this was the Indian Jesus. Okay, so it wasn't that old. But yeah, so did I drop the link? Yeah, the link is there. He's illegitimate. I mean, I don't know how easily we're gonna pop on bully breeds. So I see, all right, all right. Oh yeah,
that makes a lot of sense. So,
in relation to the whole positive only versus balance training, is the conversation about bully breeds. So I see, I don't do a lot of work with bully breeds in general. You don't have like pit bull pups or stuff like that. But I see you doing a lot more higher level reactivity, that kind of stuff. Does that kind of work when it comes to dog training? Does that kind of work make it a lot clearer that positive only methods just aren't going to work?
Yeah, most of the time the dog is just way too stimulated and they're experiencing too much conflict to expect them to be able to come off of such a stimulant in any sort of graceful way at all. Like to expect them to just suddenly redirect their attention off of something so significant is a little bit unrealistic. But see, the thing is, like, even with that said, you might sit there and assume, oh, well, you must use a whole lot of pressure. And I'm like, for me, the pressure that I put on dogs is always as appropriate as it can possibly be. And most of the time I do try to use the least amount of pressure possible. I'm really trying to dance with the dog. I'm really trying to engage with the dog. I'm really trying to like understand the dog, work from its thresholds, and just inch our way closer, and just really just create a relationship where the dog is being handled by you, and the instead of the dog handling you.
There you go. So check that out if you are interested in some professional on professional discussions about dog training. All right, what we got here? What y'all saying? Yup. In terms of dog, they're I mean, hey, DM me, bro. We could do some virtual lessons. It will help. It's not going to be as good as having somebody in the house, but I'm fucking good at what I do. It said, right. Where does a moral compass point to in a worldview that has no God? The answer is unique to the person. Okay, the moral compass points to God as the example in a Christian worldview. I was curious about what the example of morality was in a secular world, and you answered it. Well, there we go. We figured it out. Yeah, he's dead. Yeah, you missed it. You killed the dog. You killed the fucking dog. Glowing Dog said, I think positive can only work for some dogs. I have a pit bull chow husky mix with high drive. He needs correction for safety reasons. And so that often is, you're correct. There is a level of a dog, whether it is a level of aggression, a level of, they're just too big, whatever it is, where, just treats, it's just not going to work anymore. That is why if you get in early, and a lot of people, a lot of trainers say 4 months, but as soon as that dog starts to understand anything, when you say, oh, the dog is thinking, 7 weeks, 10 weeks, whatever, that is where you want to start. And if you start early, then the dog never gets to develop these bad habits that usually need a lot more, I say force, but a lot more, a lot more force in order to be effective. And so obviously if you're adopting an older dog, then that's where you would need somebody who has, who can use, more tools with more pressure. But, so no, I mean, it just, the dogs essentially, they think the same way. They're pattern based. And if you show, hey, the more you do this, the more it's good for you, and you're like, I'll bet I'm going to do more of that. Pretty simple. I always tell my clients that there's a difference between simple and easy. Everything that we're going to talk about is going to be very, very simple because we need the dog to understand it. That does not mean that it's going to be easy. All right, let's dive back in here.
Your heart as if you were clutching pearls in a kind of mocking way, which is interesting. Yeah. Why do you feel that?
Who gives a shit?
I give a shit.
Well, okay, great. Ground it. Ground why I shouldn't outlaw that book. Why is it immoral for me to do that?
Because you are American. You believe in the First Amendment. You believe in freedom of speech.
So you're going to appeal to my morals? So from your view.
Oh, so now we're not allowed to appeal to other worldview, as you just did that. If you think Andrew doesn't know what he's doing, then you're a fucking retard. Oh, so you're going to go with my worldview. You mean the thing that you just did? No moral facts exist, so I just say so. You just did that, Andrew. You just did that.
Speech.
So you're going to appeal to my morals. So from your view, why is it immoral for me to do that? Why?
Even just because you're not American doesn't mean you can't see the value in freedom of speech.
Stupid.
Why is it immoral for you to do that?
Yeah.
Because I believe that artistic creation is one of the ways that the human being expresses itself.
Makes sense to me. Notice how you caveated that with "I believe."
Mm-hmm.
Well, I don't believe.
He doesn't know how to turn it off. He doesn't know how to turn it off. He doesn't know how to have a regular conversation. He only knows how to debate.
Believe that. Now what? Now where are we?
Well, that's why we have democracy, so we can adjudicate this, right?
So again, now we're just back to out. So as long as I can democratically convince enough people to outlaw that book,
Well, I get, but that's kind of unavoidable, isn't it? Like if you live in a society where 99 out of 100 people believe
we live in a society, bro,
that something should be X, and you believe Y.
I did.
Y. I mean, logically speaking, you're going to end up in a society that outlaws X.
you would end up in a society which outlawed X, but that doesn't mean that's right.
No, I agree.
Or
I
wrong,
agree.
right?
But then ultimately, you have a choice of whether you choose to live in that society or not, right?
To an extent.
Yeah.
I mean, to some extent, maybe you have some control over that. But I guess the point of
Yep, dogs will know. And that in that discussion, I talk about how there are absolutely correct ways to use things like prong collars, shock collars, so on and so forth. But they're tools, and they've got to be used responsibly. And it should be the case of the same type of mentality that people who think it's totally fine to beat your kids, and like, oh, you gotta give them one beating when they're young, and then they'll know. Like, humans can reason better than dogs, so that's a conversation for another day. But with a dog, you especially with those invisible fences, they get shocked once or twice, and they're like, "Hey, I'm not doing that again."
Ultimately, you have a choice of whether you choose to live in that society or not, right?
To an extent.
Yeah.
I mean, to some extent, maybe you have some control over that. But I get
right, David. But that's a bad thing, right? David's saying leftists appeal to the right worldview when it suits them and ignores it otherwise. And that's a bad thing. That's inconsistent. That means that they don't have a basis for any principles undergirding what they say. So that is a bad thing. So then if Andrew is saying that's a bad thing, then why is he doing it? Why are you doing the bad thing? If it's so bad, then don't do it. If you're going to do it, then it can't be that bad.
Extent.
Yeah.
I mean, to some extent, maybe you have some control over that. But I guess the point I'm making to you is not that I would outlaw this book, right? The point that I'm making to you is that you don't have any justification for me not to. Like, who cares? Oh, you believe that? So?
Yeah, if you guys search Andrew Wilson versus 5, there's a bunch of them, but you'll see there's like a roster because we did like 5 prompts. Actually, it was like 7 because Rachel did a couple. We did 5 prompts in one day, and they they released the videos by prompt. If you look through them and you see either myself on the thumbnail or you see somebody else who, you click on the one that I'm in the thumbnail, and the other people that you see in that video, if you see them on the thumbnail, then that'll also include me.
I believe different. What now?
So again, he's doing the same thing. I believe different, therefore. But that's not what you believe.
All this book, right? The point that I'm making to you is that you don't have any justification for me not to. Like, who cares? Oh, you believe that? So? I believe different. What now? Now, what's the media? What what is the threshold breaker? When I would just
That's the question to you, Andrew. That's what they're trying to get from you. You are the one who is in the position of saying the reason that my opinions and my beliefs are better is because. But we never get there, do we? We never get there. In the same way, any kind of political debate about Trump is just Trump bad. Was Kamala going to be a better pick? Trump bad. When it comes to Andrew, same shit.
different. What now? Now, what's the media? What what is the threshold breaker? When now we're just going to appeal to a majority again? Well, if that's the case, then if I appeal to the majority to outlaw the book.
If Constantine's good, no. I'm asking in your worldview, what is the threshold?
Bye, book.
Andrew, I'm not trying to argue with you for the sake of argument. It's a great, really enjoyable conversation, actually. I appreciate the way that you stay calm and on the point, but I'm not clear what point you're trying to make here, particularly with this.
He's not. He's trying to win a debate. He's not making any point. He's just trying to make you look bad so he can look good. So that when he goes on his chill stream, he can be like, see, they didn't do this, and I was that, and that's why I'm so amazing, and you should give me all this money.
Shakespeare thing. Like,
rights or force. That's my point.
No, I agree with you on that.
Yeah.
Ultimately, in practice, that is what happens. But what are you trying to
It's
say?
not ultimately in practice what happens, even. It's even philosophically the case.
He already accepted that. So what? What does that do for what you're saying? Why does that give you a reason to say that it is okay or it is not okay to ban things? You're just saying things. You're just saying things. Make a fucking point, dude.
From the non-Christian view, when you say things like, don't you appeal to the First Amendment or this right, right? That's what I'm getting at.
Okay.
Don't you appeal to this right? This right, we need to have the adult conversation, doesn't even exist. It's just a social construction that we made up and it was pinned on a piece of paper and we pretend that it's something we actually adhere to.
Okay, so why do you adhere to it? And in your worldview, why should we?
But it's really not. Well, violate it constantly. I don't care.
All right, so we need to pay close attention.
Let's see the glazing, the glock, glock, glock. Oh, man, his fucking asshole has to hurt for how far down Andrew's dick is in his mouth.
To what just happened in that exchange, because a lot of people will see that and they will get it all wrong. They will misinterpret it. They'll miss the point entirely. I see this all the time. So Francis brings up the Shakespeare example and Andrew says, who gives a shit? And then immediately tells Francis to ground why he gives a shit. Francis can't, beyond, I believe artistic expression matters, which Andrew points out is just his stance.
Notice how you caveated that with I believe. No, I don't believe that. Now what?
And this is where it gets...
That's not your worldview. This is like saying, this would be the equivalent of you telling me that it's okay to trans kids. And I say, no, that's not okay. And they say, okay, why not? I say, well, see, just by you even asking the question proves that you don't have any grounding. What? That's not a reason for anything. That's not how conversation works. Absolutely a debate slut. Every interaction he has is about how do I look good? It doesn't matter if it makes sense. It doesn't matter if it actually follows. It usually will because he's a logical guy. But it doesn't matter. Just like a leftist, it's not about having the conversation. It's not about people understanding. It's about winning a game. All of this is a game to him. And so when you go back to the question of, does he really want to push Christian nationalism? Or does he want to be the guy pushing Christian nationalism? Seems kind of hard to believe that he actually wants this, because this is not a good representation of anything. This is not a good representation of anything. You are not convincing anybody. You are preaching to the choir. Actually,
quite interesting, because the secular left claims to value freedom of expression and open culture and artistic freedom. Yet they
talk about low-hanging fruit. Oh, well, the secular people, they like to butt fuck each other in the streets. That's actually a perfect example. That's actually a perfect example. We know that that is a secular, leftist, atheist correlated thing. Just these pride parades that are disgusting, right? No issue admitting that very clearly. There's going to be more atheists who are in favor of pride parades than there are atheists who are against pride parades. Maybe, I don't even know. But let's just assume. That doesn't mean that by not having a God belief that you like pride more or you like pride less. Now, being a leftist absolutely does imply that, because there's an ideology and a worldview attached to that. So again, we get down to this whole thing is just based on generalizations and weak correlations. Just because all of the people who like pride are atheists doesn't mean all of the atheists want pride. It's a category error, and he's been making it for years. I've been saying it over and over and over and over. Andrew, leftist and atheist are two different things. They're not mutually exclusive, but they are two different things. Just like having long hair and being a dog owner are two different things. That doesn't mean I am not somebody who has long hair and also has a dog. But there's nothing political or moral or religious tied to whether the length of my hair and or whether or not I own a dog. In the same way, there's no implication on my morality or worldview because of the fact that I don't have a God belief. I'm not a leftist simply because I don't have a God belief. And I would argue most people who are not, who don't have a God belief, which again is most of the country, are not like that. We have to remember that it's not just the militant atheist debaters, and that's all the atheists. The overwhelming majority of atheists are not online, are not, or not putting their religious ideas online. They're not arguing this stuff. They usually don't care to talk about this stuff. And so he's falling for the representative heuristic. Let's shout out Glow and Dark with the $2. Thank you so very, very much. Move your neck. Move your neck. There you go. Thank you. So very, very much. It's really frustrating. It's really frustrating how far this is going without anybody being able to be like, oh wait, that's a solid point that you're missing. But I'm gonna keep fighting. I'm gonna keep doing it. Eventually, they're gonna hear me. Liberty said, Andrew thinks progressives promise to not use the state against you.
What?
Did he say that? That sounds like something he would say. Progressive promise to not use the state against you? He doesn't think that. Where did he say? Where did he say that? He said, "Leave Rachel alone. She's the best wife a man can ask for. She supports him no matter what." Don't make fun of Jeffrey Dahmer's wife, okay? She's the best wife. She supports him no matter what. Maybe that's not a good thing. And I think she is too. I think she's a solid wife, solid person. But he's the one out there talking about women like her as if they're trash, and then goes home to one. It's almost like he's a hypocrite.
Claims to value freedom of expression and open culture and artistic freedom. Yet they can only defend those things using the framework of the very thing that they've been trying to tear down for decades, and if not longer. They're not defending those values from first principle. They're just borrowing them, and borrowing them from the very framework that they openly reject. They're actually doing them in.
Oh, you mean like Andrew just did in the clip that we just saw?
They're sitting on the branch and sawing it off at the same time. And Francis knows.
It's okay when Andrew does it, because all my audience comes from him. But when anybody else does it, it's bad.
He tries to retreat to "I believe" almost immediately, which is fine. But the moment you say "I believe,"
and there you go, another semantic bullshit. We know. If you've ever taken a writing class, if you've ever taken a debate class, then we know that people tend to soften their statements by things like, "Well, I think this," or "I believe that," when they're just stating something that they accept as a fact. So the phrase "I believe," unless it is a conscious thing that you're backing away from, I know, well, okay, well, I believe this, unless that's the context, then a good faith person would assume, or at least ask, so when you say you believe, do you mean you don't know it, or are you just saying, like, I believe that? And give the other person a chance, like, no, I'm saying this. That's just a colloquialism. That's an idiom. People say, I believe Morty is the sitting in the chair right behind me. The representative heuristic is a mental shortcut where people estimate the probability of an event or sample by comparing it to an existing prototype or stereotypes in their mind. So the example that it's a generalization, but it's a generalization based on a too small of a sample. And so the best example I can give is one time I was at the mall with my dad when I was, like 12, something like that. And somebody who was in the military walked by us. And I was like, Dad, how come if you're in the military, you have to wear your uniform all the time? And he's like, what the fuck are you talking about, you fucking moron? No, he didn't say that. He's like, what do you mean? They don't. I'm like, yeah, they do. We see them all over the place. Whenever we're out, see that guy over there. Well, you only know that person is in the military because they are wearing the uniform. And so you think that, oh, there's that many military people around me in this mall because there's 3 of them in uniform. But the stereotype that you have in your mind is that they are dressed that way. And so you look at, somebody who is dressed normally and you assume that they are not in the military. Because you're going based off the representative of that idea. Another one that when I learned about this was plane crashes. People are there. It's not uncommon for people to be afraid of flying, despite the fact that flying is one of the safest modes of travel. Why? Because when we have a plane crash, it's all over the news. And so the representation, the stereotype in their minds is that planes crash, even though there's hundreds, maybe, I don't know, thousands of flights every single day that that go off without a hitch. And so, yes, it's a generalization, but it's an incorrect generalization based on too small of a sample size. That would be like if you said, oh, well, all dog owners are short brown dudes that talk about politics online. Well, why do you think that? Because every did I say atheist? I forget what I said, but whatever category I just said, or did I say dog owner? I don't know, whatever. The point is, just because that is the case doesn't mean this is the only way it can be represented. You're saying that Andrew's generalization of the secular worldview is based on a loud minority. Bingo. Yes, abso-fucking-lutely. The overwhelming majority of people who don't have a God belief tend to just not talk about it. It just tends not to be a part of their life. It's like it's like asking somebody who doesn't go to raves, but they went to one rave one time, and they heard that one song that everybody knows, and like, oh, these people are like this. Ravers are like that. You're just taking a group and an incorrect generalization based on a minority that fits that stereotype or that representation or whatever. Not being afraid of flying is irrational. I mean, I'll give you that, but you know what I mean. Specifically, they're not afraid of driving. They're not afraid of taking the bus. They're not afraid of being on a cruise. They're not afraid of any of those things, even though those are all more dangerous statistically than flying on a plane. So I was paranoid every time I got into a helicopter. I wasn't scared of a battle at all. I really thought I was going to crash or get hit by one of those rockets. And that's not really a that's a definitely rational fear based on the reality that we see. So I think that one makes sense. That one aligns with reality. All right, guys, we are 3 minutes away. We have 3 minutes left to hit the goal.
Jesus knows this. He tries to retreat to I believe almost immediately, which is fine. But the moment you say I believe, Andrew says, great, I don't. Now what? You believe it? I don't.
Because I believe that
nobody can objectively say that one is right or wrong. So what's the threshold?
Okay, so then we're on even ground. If you can't say that I'm wrong, and I can't say that you're wrong, then we don't know who is right and who is wrong.
Stupid. Threshold breaker here. This is the question. Stance versus stance. I believe this, you believe that. How do we delineate as to who is actually correct? And so what you've seen there is not Andrew saying that he wants to ban Shakespeare books. That is an internal critique of the left-wing position. He's saying if that is your worldview, and if
but that's not what was happening. They weren't trying to deconstruct the left-wing position. They were trying to deconstruct his position. And I have to think that he purposely understands that, oh, if I do this, if I answer this question, then it's going to make me look bad. So I'm just going to spin it around and make it look like your worldview is bad. When we're talking about Andrew's worldview.
Everything is just relative, then I don't need to explain myself to you. If there are no moral facts, then this is just my stand.
But you believe that there are! Why are we operating on if there are no moral facts if you believe there are moral facts?
And why is this the best thing to do? Because I said so. Anyways, let's continue.
So what's your answer?
Pretty much, because I said so. That trust me, bro. That's the level of argumentation we're dealing with here. Bigger words, same bullshit. Trust me, bro.
It's all those questions. Your answer is God said this is right, this is wrong, therefore that's how we know what's right and wrong, basically.
Well, I would say something more important, which is that Christian ethics, even if you don't believe it, let's say, I'm not a Christian, I don't believe in any of that nonsense. What you should believe, though, is in outcomes. And the outcomes of Christian ethics, even on secular society, are the best outcomes. So if that's the case I would make for why I think Christians should be in charge of basically everything.
But whoa. I can make arguments that religious based government is very harmful. I think Andrew would definitely agree that Islamist jihadi countries are not good. I don't think he would want to live there. I don't think he would want to send his wife to live there. So why is this different? I agree it's different. But why is it different, Andrew? There's no answer. He doesn't have an answer. Let me say, when people say religious versus secular, I think people overlook the fact that the majority of people who are religious don't really seem to be true believers. I mean, yeah, that's the other side of the fact that most secular people are not concerned with religion. When you say secular people, it probably should include a lot of religious people. Fully agree. Fully agree.
And the outcomes of Christian ethics, even on secular society, are the best outcomes. So if that's the case I would make for why I think Christians should be in charge of basically everything. Is that the outcomes are still going to be best for even the people who aren't Christian.
Guys, just to let you know, you can watch other videos when I'm not streaming. So when I'm streaming and you want to watch me, this is where you should be. And then you can watch other stuff when I'm not live.
Now, maybe they don't like that, but so what? I don't like their view either. And I think Christians should be in charge, and they have no objection because they have no moral facts. So who cares? It comes down to, like you said, at the very...
So again, we're still operating on there are no moral facts, so who cares? But you don't believe that.
Very beginning of the conversation, we'll circle it all the way back. It comes down to who has the force. Well, it's going to be the ideology in charge who has the force. So is it going to be mine, or is it going to be yours? Is it going to be the commies? Who's it going to be?
That was his argument. That is exactly what Constantine said. He's like, isn't that, he said, that's why we have democracy. And so Andrew said, well, you know, so you're going to go back to appealing to other people. And now he's making that same argument. That same argument.
The state of actual world affairs and politics is now. It's like a race to the top. Who gets there
depressing.
first? I don't know if it's depressing. Like, it's almost like may the best man win, right? May the best ideology win. I don't know if it's depressing.
Do you not think?
I agree. Let the best ideology win, but you have to be intellectually honest and admit to the shortcomings of your worldview.
Government is fundamentally, even in dictatorships, is about power sharing. What you're talking about is dominance by one group over everybody else because we've got a better view, right? Yeah. That's what's depressing to me.
Why is that depressing?
Because, like I say, in most societies, there's a recognition. It might be tribal societies. There's the Pashtuns and the blah, blah, blahs, right? The countries that do well are the countries where those different interests are regulated through some kind of peacemaking mechanism at the level of politics. That's what politics is for, really, right? Whereas the country...
It doesn't need to be exclusionary, though. Just because one particular ideology holds the brackets of most of the power doesn't mean that it has to be exclusive or that it...
All right, guys, we have hit the 3-hour mark and we did not hit the goal. So we are going to, the chat only is going to be on members only. If the members would like to join the after party, I just need 3 people in there and we will end the stream and head over to the after party. We have a new goal where we can get some push-ups and get some treats for the this is the after party now. So get in those donos, get Morty his treat, and make me do some push-ups.
Can't in some way accommodate other sections of society.
Well, how are you going to accommodate the population of San Francisco when you're in charge?
Well, I mean, tell me, how would San Francisco like die off if you stop letting gays get married there? It's not going to.
Again, not answering the question. Answer the fucking question. You are the guest here on this podcast. We are trying to understand you. This isn't about you making good arguments. This is about understanding who you are and what you think.
I mean, that's all they do, from what I could tell when we're in San
They don't
Francisco.
get married there. They just do a lot of gay shit there, right? But they're not. They're not.
I didn't observe that directly.
Yeah, but marriage.
All right, guys. Members only mode in the chat. You can still send in those super chats if you want to contribute. And check out. Oh yeah, let me start the new goal. We just need 5 super chats, $2 and up. Let's make it happen.
Marriage is not the big thing in San Francisco. But
You
look,
see what I'm saying,
yeah, but
right?
I can point to in.
And you see what I'm saying. You don't get that. You don't get that benefit with Andrew. You see what I'm saying? Yeah, but you have to prove it.
It's not the big thing in San Francisco. But
You
look,
see what I'm saying,
yeah, but
right?
I can point to in
Because you would outlaw homosexuality, I'm guessing.
Sure. Well,
Okay.
I would outlaw homosexual marriage.
But but isn't homosexuality wrong also?
Sure, it's immoral.
So
but
why wouldn't you outlaw
You
it?
don't need to necessarily always place a law in against something which is immoral. It's not always conducive to the society to
Okay,
do that.
that's fair.
So, for instance, I would say for homosexuality, you're not going to jail, right? None of this type of thing. But there doesn't need to be any glorification, right? You're not going to get married. Nobody's going to bust in your bedroom and tell you what's what, right? But there's not going to be any rainbow flags in the White House either. There's not going to be any pro-gay government propaganda anywhere.
Does that not go?
And so that's so very close to where we already are that I don't understand why you need Christian nationalism to get rid of rainbow flags. Like, I think that is something that if you have a strong enough argument, you just make that argument, and people will abide. They'll realize, oh, okay, all the things that you're saying seem to make sense. He's saying he's worse than authoritarian government. Makes sense. Makes sense. Bye, Larity. You can still watch. You can still hang out. Still super chat.
Any rainbow flags in the White House either. There's not going to be any pro-gay government propaganda anywhere.
Does that not go against the First Amendment?
Well, I think that would be the most important aspect of the First Amendment, to say that the government's not going to propagandize towards one ideology or the other.
Fair.
Isn't that the whole point of secularism? The second they put the rainbow flags up on the White House.
What about Christian? Yeah.
What about it?
Should that be in public communication?
Well, so in this.
Good question. Good question. We don't want any rainbow flags, but if this is a Christian nationalist country, does that mean that we're putting crucifixes and the Ten Commandments up everywhere?
particular case, I do think it should be. Yes.
But you just said the First
Absolutely.
Amendment is about no propaganda.
Right. Well, his argument to me is, wouldn't it be against the First Amendment to outlaw rainbow flags? Right. I say, no, that wouldn't be against the First Amendment. That would be more in line with
So
the
wouldn't
First
it be compliant with the First Amendment to outline crucifixes?
You wouldn't
across-
necessarily need to even promote crosses or crucifixes. But what you could do is you could promote things like value structures. So let me give you an example.
You mean like we can already do? You don't need Christian nationalism to, what did he say? To,
But what you could do is you could promote things like,
yeah, you don't need Christian nationalism to promote your values. This is cucked. This is cucked. It sounds to me like Andrew Wilson is saying, I don't have the intellectual prowess to be able to convince people that we shouldn't be doing pride shit through the government. So we're not going to outlaw it. We're just going to change everything to make sure that you can't do the things that you want, but I can do the things that I want. Because if we just let it go, then people might do things that I don't like. And I don't like that. Mr. Debate Bro can't even fucking, and so again, it comes back. Is this really about changing society? Or is this about being the guy that's saying the things that your audience wants to hear?
value structures. So let me give you an example of this.
They used to be.
You're driving down the street.
They
you look
used
over
to
to the right,
be.
and there's billboards. You've seen this a million times, right?
Wait, what did he say?
You look over to the right, and there's billboards. You've seen this a million times, right?
Billboards. Yeah.
What if the billboards had things like family, right?
What is preventing you from doing that? How much money do you make on an average stream? Billboards aren't that expensive. I mean, you know, it's not. It's definitely expensive, but put up some billboards. Who's stopping you?
And it showed a mommy and a daddy and the kids. Right?
Yeah, who's stopping you from doing that?
Right? And yeah, exactly. And the push was towards the ideas of normalcy. The push was towards the idea of this is what we want to see in society. What if tax breaks went to married people, right? What if we drastically increase this to the point like some Eastern European countries have done, which is help their birth rates, where it's like, okay, you have 3 kids, you don't have to pay taxes anymore.
Oh, sign me up for that.
Okay, so Constantine there pushes back and says what you're describing is dominance by one group over everybody else. And Andrew says, yes, correct. It's exactly what it is. And that's actually just the honest reality. And anybody has to actually accept this no matter what your worldview is. Every civilization in human history is run upon a set of values. There's never been some sort of a neutral society. The question was never whether a worldview dominates or not. It's just which one. But when we say that, when we actually say the reality, the true thing out loud, all of a sudden it's shocking. But what do you think the left is doing when they're trying to win elections? When they're pushing their values in schools, capturing institutions, deciding what is and isn't acceptable to say in public, enabling mass immigration, mass abortion. This is exactly what Andrew is describing word for word. They're just pretending not to do it. They're just hiding it all behind the veil of this language of tolerance and diversity and acceptance and these sorts of things. But there's a clear societal double standard that applies to anybody who isn't progressive. I mean, you say anything to this effect on the right and all of a sudden you're a fascist and you're an extremist. But then it's fine for communist Hassan Piker to openly call for violent communist revolution.
Well, my understanding is that the property owners who have properties there choose just not.
No, don't play this. Don't have them say it on my shit.
Those motherfuckers and murder those motherfuckers in the street. Let the streets soak in their fucking red capitalist bloods, dude.
Yes, that guy.
I don't want that. Black censor that out, bro.
Is invited to Yale, and they do pieces on him in the New York Times.
If a dictatorship is inevitable, I'd rather have it be a dictatorship of the proletariat than one that is designed around the needs of the bourgeois class.
So, in Hassan language, that means if there's going to be a dictatorship, I should be the dictator.
So, guys, we don't have to accept that framing. We don't have to live like this. So now on to the last bit.
And this is a question when you reduce to the ethical purview. I realized a long time ago, Christians can basically do whatever the fuck we want to secular atheists, progressives, because
what happens to treating others as you would like to be treated?
Well, so you're going to bank on the benevolence of my view?
Yes. What do you mean? You're the one pushing this worldview. You're the one pushing the worldview. I am very confused as to what it is that he actually stands for.
No, that's the following. But I should, because you're a Christian.
Right. So if you're going to bank on the benevolence of my view, are you ceding that my view is?
No, we're just asking so that we can make that determination. So you're saying that if I ask, well, under your worldview, would this be okay? Oh, that means you accept my worldview.
What? Oh, hell no.
I don't know how it became that people, listen to this. Don't forget, guys, I did forget to shut down Twitch, but we are shutting down Twitch. But Rumble is open, so your chats won't be on the screen. But if you are a cheap little bitch and can't super chat, head over to the Rumble stream, and I will be able to see your chats over there.
You're a Christian.
Right, so if you're going to bank on the benevolence of my view, are you ceding that my view is the right one? Because if it's not...
No, but I'm saying benevolence is an inherent part of being a Christian.
But if you have a foundation of just stance dependence for all of your moral claim.
See, again, he's switching it back to, but your stance is X, Y, and Z. We're not asking about that. It's not my versus you. It's, hey, come and talk to us about your world view. And then every time, for real, every single time, it comes down to, okay, so what is it that you stand for? What is the reason that we should do X, Y, and Z? Or we shouldn't do X, Y, and Z? Oh, wait, we got to take that. We definitely did not meet the goal. And it's fucking pathetic. I mean, there's nothing else to say about it. It's so transparent. Once you see it, you can't unsee it.
But if you have a foundation of just stance dependence for all of your moral claims, right?
Which you don't.
Then even if I violated this and was a complete hypocrite and actually just verbally just paid it lip service for the purpose of controlling your mind, you can't tell me why that's wrong.
Okay, great. Can you tell me why you think that gay stuff is wrong? That's what we're trying to do here.
You can't really point to it and be like, that's immoral, because there are no moral facts.
Yeah. But, okay, but that being the case, but what we're talking about is...
your worldview.
You're saying that you want your ideology to dominate.
Yes.
Effectively.
Yes.
That's what he's saying.
Is that a Christian way of doing things?
Yes.
Why?
Well, I mean, if we want to look back through human history, we start with the Byzantine Empire, if you want to.
No, but
massive Orthodox Empire. We can talk about the naming of kings by God Himself. We can dive right into the lineage of the King of Kings, if you want to. The thing is that I'm not out here advocating for a monarch. What I'm saying is that society is better off dominated by Christians than dominated by non-Christians. And if you can point to me a society where that's not true, I'm all ears.
Yeah.
And then, of course, you get down to the nitty gritty, and it's like, okay, so would you prefer a Christian leftist or me in power? Exactly. So shut the fuck up. You have no idea what the fuck you're talking about, and your worldview falls apart so quickly. You spend plenty of time on your own stream talking about how Christians aren't real Christians and Skittles churches and what's the other fucking word they use? Nominal, not nominal Christian. I don't know. There's some other word that is to put you above. You're the real Christian. And atheists are all bad. I would bet $1 million, $1 million, that if Andrew was forced to choose between me being president and a gay, a non-binary pastor at a church, I guarantee you he would pick me. Does anybody think that that is not the case? Didn't think so.
And what do you mean by dominated? Because, whoa, that sounds authoritarian.
The social, political climate, well, there is some authoritarianism to it, I suppose, but I just think there's authoritarianism to each ideology which exists.
I don't think it's liminal. There's a word. No, it's like it's not a. It's a more casual word. But it's like, so the example I'm getting confused with is champagne socialist. So like they say champagne socialist like Hassan, who talks about socialism and so on and so forth, but then acquires all this wealth. And then they often talk about Christians who don't actually follow. And I forget what the word is.
Including liberal ideology. It's just authoritarianism now by direct democracy. So it's like, I suppose Christians might come in and say some things that are pretty controversial. They might be like, no, gays can't get married. Prostitution's illegal. No more pornography.
David said, in my opinion, gay is wrong because the continuation of the species is a natural necessity and gay doesn't produce offspring. I don't think it's cultural Christian, but we're getting closer. See, this is a silly argument in my eyes because nobody's talking about everybody being gay. We're talking about an individual or groups of individuals. The fact that gay people exist doesn't stop straight people from procreating. And do you really want gay guys being parents? Just marrying some chick and having a baby? I feel like that would be worse from the Christian worldview. It doesn't. If nobody had children, yes, that would be a problem. But being the fact that gay people exist doesn't mean that straight people are going to stop procreating. That does not follow.
All right, blasphemy. Let's be a little more chill on that, right? Maybe they'll put in some things like that. Tell me how society's worse. Like, how's society worse because 18-year-olds can't show their asshole on OnlyFans? Like, I honestly want to hear, how's it worse? Like, it seems to me like by every metric, it's way better.
And again, the lowest hanging fruit. Oh yeah, that's really why people don't want Christian nationalism. Because OF. That's really the big thing, right, Andrew? You're tackling the real issues, the real barriers to your worldview. I mean, I hate when people throw around the grifter word. And I'll leave it up to, I'll describe Andrew Wilson and you get to determine whether you think he's a grifter. He purports to want this for society, but represents it in the worst possible way when he knows how to represent it better, when he knows how to reach people, when he knows how to argue effectively. And then he's acting like the entire country is saying, no, Christianity, we need OF.
Come on, man.
Low brow.
Right? And the people arguing against it are like, well, we don't want totalitarianism. That's totalitarianism?
I'm very interested to see the comments of the actual podcast.
What I saw as totalitarianism was COVID checkpoints, potential vaccine mandates, communications going through Facebook and the government to identify people who wouldn't wear their mask. That seems like a lot more of this totalitarianism, fascism thing than like, oh, sorry, you're 18, you can't put your asshole all over the internet. But sorry. It's like, what? Where?
This is such bad faith, dude, and you know it.
At some point, maybe we can introduce rationality back into the scheme here, right? It's like, it's not you do whatever the fuck you want or it's totalitarianism. That's not how it works. It works like this. We're a nation of laws, and laws are governed by ethics, like it or not.
Shout out to Dragon Oswald over on Rumble. Welcome. If you're somebody from YouTube, let me know your name.
All laws are informed by a person's ethical worldview. So which ethical worldview do you want to make the laws? The people who want 18-year-old girls to put their asses on OnlyFans, or the people who don't?
That's what we call a false dichotomy. He is framing it that either we are Christian nationalists or we are dirty, disgusting people. That is a false dichotomy. There is an in-between.
Which ones would you prefer make the laws of your nation?
Okay.
The Christian one, of course, very obviously. But that's why it's a false dichotomy. So let's go chat, because he's just going to ramble, right? There's nothing else here. All right, he's got one more.
So let's just sit with that for a second.
Let's just sit with that for a second.
The real defense mechanism that these progressives have against a society run by Christianity and run by Christians is the benevolence of Christians. It's only our worldview, the very worldview.
But if you're correct, that's why you should be saying, oh, we're better, because we have the benevolence that the leftists don't. You can't have your cake and eat it too. You can't say you're better, but you're not better. You have to be better in order to claim that you're better.
That they've spent so long attacking is the only one really looking out for them.
What happens to treating others as you would like to be treated?
Well, so you're going to bank.
So if an atheist, if a leftist says Christianity is stupid, then that means that you, as the devout Christian, no longer acts like Christ? What? Make that make sense.
The benevolence of my view.
And I don't even think that's a gotcha. I just think that that's such a fantastic example of why this world.
Of course you do.
View is worth defending. But anyway, it was a great conversation here. And this is why these conversations matter so much. We can't keep burying our heads in the sand and pretending that these.
All right. So let's see what do the comments say? Obviously, we know there's going to be a bunch of fucking simps here, but let's see. So we got Crucible Andrew Wilson here. Okay. My husband is such a legend. He literally did this whole podcast on like 30 minutes of sleep. I can't even form coherent sentences on no sleep. Oh, this was top notch. All right. Must have a part 2. Andrew's lungs benefit. I don't know what that means. Oh, I guess because he didn't smoke. Wow. The sycophantry is sad. It's so weird watching Andrew has a discussion with someone who's respectful and lets him speak, and they both ask and answer questions, except that he didn't answer any questions. It's the first time seeing the blokes from Triggernometry at a loss for words on multiple occasions. Yeah, because he was talking bullshit and wasn't answering their questions. Yeah, everybody's talking about him smoking. That's crazy. I mean, let's scroll down a little bit. Yep, it's just all the fucking same shit. Same shit. That's sad. That's sad. Wow. I mean, hey, maybe the conversation itself was a lot better than the points that Jake brought up here. Obviously, we only saw some clips, and here I'll drop the link to the full thing if you would like to watch it on your own. But yowzers! Not really impressed here. So what else do we got? So again, guys, we are now in the after party portion. So if you are a member, you are allowed to speak. And if 3 of you head up into the after party, then it's after party time. Dragon Oswald, so you got to check out Liberty Plus TV. The guy's a total legend. A guy's a legend and totally not a chick. Dilly dilly to that guy. All right. Anybody watch fucking Euphoria? It's fucking weird, bro. But it's actually, I like the direction it's gone. Didn't watch any of these. Yeah, a little bit of a slow news day. All right.
Graham Martin, a podcast.
This is yet another reason why religion is insane.
Has Charlie made a video on the AI praying apps yet? We talked about those on stream quite a bit. I already talked about the newest one, where you pay $2 a minute to talk to AI Jesus. Honestly, that might be another good pivot for Newbird. You might as well. Yeah, it's $2 a minute, right, to talk with AI Jesus? Am I misremembering? Let me see. Yeah, $1.99 per minute to video chat with AI Jesus. Thought so. AI Jesus app, just like me, charges $2 per minute to video chat with a digital Christ trained on the King James Bible. The faith-based AI market is growing. The faith-based AI market, by the way.
These are the people that you want in charge. These are the people that you want in charge. No AI Indian Jesus. Fuck that. You couldn't even try. Okay, here's homework for somebody. Okay, take the last 10, 15, 20, whatever of my streams. Take the transcripts, load them into Grok or ChatGPT or whatever, and then see if you can have a conversation. I'd be like, okay, so here's the transcript of the Indian Jesus talking, just about this, that, whatever. Can you recreate or can you role play as him? And then see how it goes. I guarantee you it won't be as good.
Isn't that something? Isn't that something? Just a complete dismantling of faith right in front of your eyes. Did you know you can just pray for free? Ah! What? You're speaking crazy. What? But you can't see and hear Jesus through your computer screen if you're not paying?
I don't know what a double stream is.
The only way to form that relationship is through the faith-based AI market. Just like me. It costs regular users more than $600 annually. CEO Chris Breed runs the company.
Relationship with Jesus.
Father God,
Their AI. Is this a video
I hear
of it?
your request for prayer. Break. Father God, I lift my dear friend Krista before you. Breaking.
For $1.99 per minute, the tech company Just Like Me is taking having a personal relationship with Jesus to new levels.
The psalmist says, "The Lord is my shepherd; I shall not want."
Users of the platform can join video calls with an AI-generated Jesus that remembers previous conversations.
This is not a replacement for human connection. At the same time, people are spending so much time in the social world just scrolling.
It's part of a larger...
Ooh.
Oh my god, that's the biggest load of fucking baloney I've ever heard in my life. What a slimy asshole. You're charging $2 a minute to talk to AI Jesus, or $50 a month to have 45 minutes of conversation with AI Jesus.
At the same time,
people
are spending so much time in the social world just scrolling.
It's part of a larger boom of AI tools designed with religion in mind, from AI Jesuses to Buddhist priests like this one.
Emmy is supposed to be a Zen friend, someone who helps human beings in their Zen practice.
I tried Just Like Me with AI Jesus, first asking it a simple question. How many books of the Bible are in the New Testament?
The New Testament contains 27 books.
Then I made it a little more complicated. Is AI going to take our jobs?
The scriptures remind us that every skill is a gift from God. He calls us to be faithful stewards of those gifts. Seek wisdom and prayer as you navigate.
This cost her like $50, by the
When
way.
I asked it to pray for me, things didn't go quite as smoothly.
May you give her peace that passes all understanding. Break. Guide her steps with your loving light. Break. Deep breath. May she feel hope surrounding her. Breaks. May the Holy Spirit.
Yes, I can feel it.
Her mind now. Breaks.
Dot break.
But for some
Dot
people,
break.
there's been more than a
Yes.
So there's been issues already.
Speaking in tongues. That's what that is. Not issues.
Just UPCs, but other versions as well, where they give misinformation and disinformation out. There's been concerns about data privacy.
Incredible.
Wild.
Incredible. Amazing. That's Paula White Kane rates. Oh, I bet Paula's...
So that's the state of Christianity today. I don't know. I gotta hit up Glomtech. Glomtech was supposed to be on top of that, but I think he's been a little busy lately. But hopefully coming soon. Dragon said humanity is not okay. Agreed. So he is what wait, gonna do. Got some tickety talks to show you guys.
Here's one of the authors of the bill. How are you guys doing? We just want to ask you about the bill and why you guys would pass this bill that really is an attack on free speech.
I'm not even sure what you're talking about.
Really?
You said an author. I don't.
And that's, yep. You can see right here. It says her name literally is a co-author.
Yes. Did you pass out? Did you sign to pass this?
Does anybody not know what the Nick Shirley Act is? Essentially, it's illegal to film immigration things or any business.
Bill? The AB 26?
Fraud's fine.
No, I don't know what
24?
you're talking about.
Do you know what I'm talking about?
No.
You do not.
No,
Are you
guys
serious?
are just talking about
We're talking about something random. Okay. Speaker Rivas, how are you doing? What do you think about the Stop Nick Shirley Act? AB 2624.
I don't know anything about it.
And do you think there's any conflict of interest there with Mia Bonta and her husband being the AG? That just shows you everything you need to know. These people won't even answer the questions. You're a co-author of the Stop Nick Shirley Act. Oh, you know who I am. My name's Nick Shirley, ma'am.
No,
you signed off on the AB 2624 Act. Can you tell us about what you did on that?
I don't even know who you are.
Well, my name's Nick Shirley.
Why does and you can tell that it's bullshit because why do you need to know who he is in order to talk about the bill?
But could you please just answer any question about the AB 2624 bill? A lot of people are worried about that it's going to stop fraud investigations, but you're the one who signed off and you're a co-author of it. These people are crazy. They can't even answer your questions about the bills that they're co-authoring. Oh, is this Scott Wiener right here?
Yep, yes, he is.
Yes.
Scott Wiener, how are you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
Doing great. Can you give us your opinion? Thank you very much. Can you give us your opinion really quick on AB 2624?
I think you're a psycho scam artist. So
Please disclose how you think.
A psycho scam artist. Not the scammers, but the person. I mean, what?
Look how they just run away. These guys are fools. It would suck that last name Wiener anyways. Other day at the gas station.
Nick Shirley. Who's that? The YouTuber.
The man happened to be a fan. He appreciated the work we're doing, all the leering that we're showing people across the world. So today we're going $1 or mystery gift. $1 or mystery gift.
Let's do the mystery gift. Why not?
We got you something special.
I appreciate it.
Always go for the mystery gift. The Leering Center. All right, funny. Then we got a little something else. Yeah.
I don't like a lot of white people. They're annoying.
I bet you don't. Yeah, you just come to all our fucking countries every time because your fucking countries are shitholes.
What do you mean? What? So you're calling me a terrorist?
I have no idea if you're a terrorist or not. I don't remember making that. I don't remember using that word. You said that word. I didn't say that word. It's just funny how much you guys hate us.
She doesn't
You
like
hate
white
Western
people, but
countries.
they come to white countries.
You hate white people, but you come to white and Western countries. Isn't that really crazy?
Because we were forced into this country.
Who forced you to come to America?
Saddam
Wasn't
Hussein
Americans.
Saddam Hussein told you to go to America. Yeah, okay.
So
No,
that's
you guys
America's
come here
fault.
because America is a significantly better country than your shithole countries that Islam ruined.
No, it's not.
So
it's
you
not
come
better than my
here
country.
where we have better
No.
healthcare, we have cleaner water, we have cleaner stuff, we have better economy, we
Okay,
have
go
better
back to
military. Fine, let me ask you, why don't you go back to Iraq now? Saddam Hussein's dead. Why don't you go back? You won't because you fucking know it's better here. You know damn
No,
well you're
I
not going to
can't
leave.
because I'm a woman.
Oh, please expand on that. Tell me, what's wrong with you being a woman?
Women don't have rights. They don't have.
Oh,
freedom.
that's crazy. So you stay in the country where women have rights and you won't go to the Oh, wow. Huh. I wonder
Well,
if there's
right
a
now they don't have
correlation
rights.
there.
Look at the
I
top
wonder
of it.
if there's a correlation there. Please tell me, why do women not have rights?
Got
Go ahead, tell
him.
me, why is it in Iraq that women don't have rights? Please tell us why women don't have rights in Iraq. Go ahead.
Because they have to. They are expected to stay at home and be housewives. They can't
Because
leave
of
their
what?
house.
What is that ideology that exists in Iraq that tells them
Religion.
what
It's
religion?
a religion.
What religion is it?
Islam.
It's Islam. That's crazy. So the
Islam.
Muslims, who she doesn't like a lot of white people, as she said, they don't like the West. They think their religion is perfect. As she said, I don't go back to that because my religion hates on me. So I stay in the West, the place I hate, the white people I hate, because I'm not treated like they treat me in my country.
It's not my fault.
Yeah. Dragon said, rules for radicals: accuse your enemy of what you're guilty of. Every time.
They do that.
No, you know what? That's true. It's not. It's Muhammad's fault and your religion's fault.
It's not Muhammad's fault, peace be.
Muhammad specifically said evil comes in three things. Three things, he said. Women was one of those three things. He said hell was filled with women because they're disobedient. He said that women were half as intelligent because they had a deficient mind. He also said that women were half as religious because they have their period and they cannot do certain religious things during that week. And so therefore they're not as religious as men. It takes two women to equal one man as a witness in Sharia law. All of this is absolutely said by Muhammad, who married a 6-year-old.
True Trumpian. Whatever Trump says.
I mean, I love how we played 2 videos so far, and I've wanted exactly to see what the next one was.
I'm with him. President Trump cannot be bought, period. I feel so sorry for the people in Iran. Thank you, President Trump.
Burst! All right. Let's check out an update from Haley Beck. If you are not familiar with Haley Beck, this, I'll move this for you. This disgusting piece of shit is the sister of Noah Beck, who was a Zoomer, TikTok, heartthrob, whatever. She's just a 27-year-old teacher fucking her students. Let's see what part of this is.
This might be my favorite video I've made so far because when they executed the search warrant at Haley Beck's house, they found a handwritten letter in her apartment. And I'm going to read it to you word for word, okay? It is going to be very hard for me to do this because I am 38 years old and I am reading this knowing that this is a freaking adult that wrote this to a high school student.
That, just keep in mind, as I've said when we talked about this before, that this boy, this victim, is in fact a victim, was in fact raped, and will have issues because of this. That being said,
let's go. Oh my God. Your prob's gonna think this is cheesy as hell, but you know I'm a words girly. I know, you aren't dying.
16 to a 16-year-old.
Plus, you're literally just a text away, but I had little notes from people when I was away studying abroad and would just read them whenever I was feeling a little lonely. Obviously, with you being away from your closest people, you may tell that, I think she meant feel that way at some point. So read this if you do. I'm really proud of you for...
So far, we're like, in case you're ever in a bad time, think of me, your teacher. Dragon said, I don't agree with the guy on everything. Cam Higsby, or whatever his name is, done some great debates against Muslims recently, like this one. Is that guy? Or are you just saying that's another person doing good debates? David said, it's amazing how many more stories about women screwing minors has come out in the last past 10 years. Well, that's liberalism, baby. If men can do it, women can do it too. In case you're feeling bad, you can always think of me, your teacher that's a decade older than you.
Choosing yourself in this situation, even though I know it was tough. It's kind of crazy to look back and realize in my 2 years of knowing you, our relationship has changed so much. I'm really glad I had the opportunity to teach you your sophomore year, because without that, we would have never really been chill with each other. I know there's some random times / days where you decide to hate me, but that's okay because I know at the end of the day, we're solid, in parentheses, most of the time. I genuinely feel like you're a brother. Weird, maybe a cousin or stepbrother. Why would you say
that? She said oh, come on.
Somebody that you do these things with. Plus, truly never thought I would be in this situation with you, but I'm glad to have you as someone who I think will be in my life for a while. Even if we don't talk all the time now, and even at all when you're in college, I feel like our little bond will always be there. So just hit me when you want to go get wasted at a bar together, and I'll send you my wedding invite one day. I know you're a
loser.
I know you're nostalgic AF, so I hope you look back at our times as a good one. And no, this isn't like saying goodbye, but I know things will be different. But don't forget our first pickleball hangout and how you wouldn't get out of my car for like 3 hours, or our Sonic run after your state game, or all the random times you fell asleep on my couch just waiting for you to invite me into our room.
Yeah, she would invite students over to hang out at her house, throw parties, and let them use the community pool because she's disgusting. She is. She was 27 at the time when he was 16, so 10 or so years. Downers Grove, Illinois teacher on what? I'll drop a link.
My room, LOL.
$5 side quest, let's go.
Or our go-kart experience and our word
Let's
games
feed Morty, yo.
at
What we
Shake
doing?
Shack. You know, for this relationship being extremely wrong, I feel like we really have made the most of it. I'm glad I got to come to your tattoo appointments, even if you just wanted me to bring you food.
Yeah, he would just like be like, "Yo, I'm getting food. Can you send me money?" And she'd be like, "I feel like if I don't send you money, you won't talk to me anymore." Yeah.
Of course, that's all he wanted you for. Like, girl, how can you be so dense? All of our car hangouts were fun too, for eating and other stuff, LOL. Or our night adventure in Cali, ! Like, there is truly no other student I know so wrong that I'd want to do all this with. Don't let this all go to your head, but I'm glad you're in my life. Okay, ew, WTF. I mean, you've been to my parents' house, in their closet. Insane.
Yeah, that's another thing. That the way this all blew up was there's another teacher at that school who was almost 50, who was also fucking students. And one of those students was fucking both of them. The parents knew. The kid showed his grandma a video of her sucking him off. And the grandma was like, this is probably something we need to look into. So yet again, liberalism is a cancer. Allowing people to see this and be like, oh, well, boys will be boys. Or sex is totally fine for minors. I mean, homeboy was fucking like, yo, I got this bitch on a leash. I don't blame him. I understand that would be very cool. And if your parents don't mind, why would your grandma mind? Thank goodness for grandma.
I feel like you have opened up to me about a lot of things. I'm glad that I've been able to be someone you can talk to, even though sometimes my advice or input is unsolicited. I'm happy we can talk about things. You can always reach out if you need anything. I won't lie. I would always look forward to when you would come over, not even to do anything, but just to hang. I feel like I got good at being myself, but even with you, it was still just easy. Whether it was just to talk, watch movies, make pizza, or do other stuff, I'm glad we have those memes. And lastly, it kind of hit me that it'll be weird not seeing you during Storm the Halls, plus even weirder not seeing you on the field. I'm sure you knew this, but you're the reason I went to all the games I could. Before I knew you well, I'd go to a few games a season, but last season I wanted to go to as many as I could. And I'm glad because those were the last ones I'd be at for you. It's not going to be the same, but I'm happy knowing you're happy where you're at. I'm proud of you and all you've done and all you continue to do. This is just the beginning. Even though you will go to your grave saying, quote, we aren't peers, I'm glad to have had you as a friend.
There's another thing that keeps coming up, that she likes to say that she's peers with her students when very clearly she is not.
Like, bro, you're the first person that got me to smoke weed. You're always going to have that title. So we're locked for real. And maybe one day we'll be able to go to the aquarium. I'm here whenever, even though you never say it back. Even though you never say it back, I love you and wish you the best. Love, HB.
Oh my God. Oh my God. All right, guys. Stop ordering food. That is the situation here. Stop ordering food. Why, you ask?
Delivering to this Trump supporter for about a month now.
Nice hair, bro. And then...
Word of advice.
Word of advice. Maybe don't film.
Hold on. I can't see the fucking thing.
Yourself doing word of.
In case you missed it. In case you missed it.
Word of advice.
Word of advice. Maybe.
Oh, God damn it. Take two. Take two.
Don't film yourself doing.
Word of advice.
Word of.
God damn it! Third time's a charm. Let's go.
Advice.
Word of advice.
Word of advice. Maybe don't film yourself doing what you just did, because I'm not sure if you're aware how huge of a criminal offense that is. And as a matter of fact, I think maybe people at whatever delivery service you may work for should know about what their employees love to do with other people's food. Where are we in the world where full-on grown-ups are acting in ways that sometimes children don't even act? And quite honestly, it is my great pleasure to introduce you to the Find Out portion of the game. And this is one of those individuals that I will be counting down the minutes, counting down the seconds until we bring a major update about him. Who?
That's it. Well, again, let's show another one, but that's his thing. Welcome to the Find Out portion of the game, because they be fucking around.
Who is this and why hasn't he been arrested?
The Donald Trump statue in downtown Portland at the head.
Of course, Portland.
They beheaded Donald Trump. But it looks like there's still a very damaging sign that needs to be removed, and I don't see anybody else removing that part of it, so.
Yo! This is so Portland. This is so Portland. Going to the unconstitutional deport people to outer space or no? I think it is for now, but we could definitely fix that.
I'm not sure if you're aware of this, but that's called destruction of public property, which is a crime in the state of Oregon. And to
but you think property matters, bro?
be quite honest, nobody's surprised that happened in Portland. But what I am surprised with is you gave your own self away by showing the world your face, then proceeding to break the law. So today we summon the powers of the internet, specifically TikTok, Instagram, Facebook, because this is where you come in. You get to help us to bring someone to justice and make sure to
shout out to Grace Unfiltered. So on a little bit of a happier note, shout out to King Randall. Have you guys heard of King Randall? This dude who I don't know exactly where he's from, but he's from the hood, and he has this program, I guess you would call it, where young boys and just preparing them for life. Tell me you don't like this. Tell me you don't like this.
I'd like to have a new service at my new house.
Okay. And your name?
Bryson Williams.
All right, Mr. Williams. Give me a few minutes. Let me get a customer service rep.
He's short too. You can tell he's short. Yeah, short king.
Are you okay?
Yes, ma'am.
It's going to be $60.24.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm sorry, Mr. Williams, but this card is declined.
Messi. I might have to unlock it.
Oh! You think you got to unlock that card? How you doing, Mr. Sherman?
How about you?
Just fine. You here to pay your bill, showing that you owe $187.27.
Just teach them to be normal people.
What are we around right here?
I'll do you too.
All right, this isn't the best example. Hold on, let's get one of his boys should know restaurant conflict.
I didn't get the separate.
That's right, man.
Why the fuck? I always let's just.
I didn't get the separate.
That's right, man. Go get that for you. You guys are asking for a lot today. Say excuse me. Say excuse me. Say excuse me.
Excuse me?
Excuse me.
Excuse me?
Yes, sir.
You got some manager?
So that's what we not gonna do. We don't.
He's like,
that, you understand that?
He's like, No. We that's not how we handle a restaurant fucking issue. Don't be a Karen. Good start.
So we're gonna put our hands down, and we're gonna ask nicely. If it's okay, may I speak to a manager?
Please, it's okay. Can you speak to your manager?
Yeah, I'll go get my manager for you.
Say thank you.
Thank you.
What's his problem? He might be having a bad day today. Who knows?
Sometimes they don't. Sometimes they
Yeah, sometimes people, hey, look at me. Sometimes people have bad days, but we don't catch no attitude. We don't get an attitude back, nor do we, start snapping at people. We don't curse. We don't do any of that stuff.
Gang.
We as men keep our bearing. You understand that? When we have issues, what should we do? Stay calm and keep our bearing. You understand that? All right, so we had to ask her just because we just need to let her know our experience. Because if she's not doing good, we're not having a good day at the restaurant. We had to ask for our refill. We had to ask for silverware. We had to ask for plates, all this stuff. And then he not bringing stuff out. We had the wrong food. So think about all that stuff. And then you need to
throw the plates on the table.
Tell the manager that when she gets here, okay? But you're gonna tell her nicely. You understand that?
Nice to meet you. How can I help you? We having a complaint about the waiter. We would ask for more plates and refills. He smelled the plates and he said it was way too much.
So y'all were being too much and that he threw the plates down?
Y'all have any complaints on your side?
And also, we had got our food. When we had got our food, he had forgot to give us silverware. And then when he did give us our silverware, he forgot to give him a spoon. So, and he forgot my order and he placed just rice on my plate.
Okay. Did we get your food corrected already?
Yes,
we did. Okay. I apologize for our server's attitude.
Why do they pin this one? I want to see the ones. Give me a sec here. We gonna find a good one because the it's usually okay when there's a bunch of them around. Let me see one that I seen recently. All right, let's see this one.
Get a hug?
No.
Why not?
Because I said so.
Why can't I get a hug? Can I get a hug?
No.
Why not?
Because I said so.
Why can't I get no hug?
Because I said.
But it's just a hug. Why you just want to give me?
I said no.
That's crazy. What just happened? What hands up? What did I do wrong?
This is I like when it's a group setting and you see how this is really affecting the kids.
Bryson.
After she said no, you kept asking and asking.
After she said no, I kept asking. You understand that? Right. I tried to hug her anyway. Right. All that was wrong. You understand me? What is that called?
Boundaries.
Everybody say boundaries.
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 No is a complete sentence. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
What is no?
A complete sentence.
What is no?
A complete sentence.
No is a complete sentence. You understand that?
Oh, yeah. Shout out to Big Daddy Pod with the $5. Thank you. So very, very much, sir. Of course, a treat for the Overlord. Big Daddy Pod getting us started on the after party go. So when I was raising my 5 kids, the standard was that they didn't talk to the server at all until they were at least 13 or older. And I think that's a good, that's not a bad way to approach it because I think there's a certain level of, like social understanding that even if you're getting this base that you're not fully going to get. But I definitely think that even if you were to implement, okay, under 13, you don't talk to the server, but the day you turn 13, you should know how to talk to that server. And yes, kids, let the kids have boundaries. Indeed, Big Daddy Pod again. Thank you. So very, very much, sir. Again, a treat for the Overlord. Said if they had an issue, they talked to their mama or me, and we talked to the server. They didn't even tell the server what their order was. And so I think that's definitely one way to go about it. But I think the benefit here is that you're teaching them young. And so it's a similar thing to how when I'm a dog trainer. And so when I'm teaching a dog to walk nicely on the leash, and we're talking about leash manners, then it's not a matter of we don't want the dog to stop and be sniffing and doing this and doing that. It's not a problem that your dog wants to sniff and do all that stuff. The problem is when your dog thinks that you are the person that or rather doesn't think that you're the person that drives the interaction. And so when I'm teaching these dogs, then what we say is initially, we don't stop. You just keep moving. Except for potty. They gotta piss. That's not it. But other than that, you're not sniffing shit. You establish that. You don't sniff anything. I'm walking and you're walking with me. And then, when you learn that, then I will allow you to sniff. But you have to understand that I am in charge. So I think it's a mixture of that understanding as well as the time and place. Big Daddy Pod again out sponsoring himself. Thank you so very, very much. So Parenthood is a training program. There are steps and stages. By the time they could talk to them directly, they'd had proper behavior modeled. Bingo. And that is the goal, right? That is the goal. And as we know, I'm sure that we got this type of scenario because this is somewhere where there's probably not a lot of dads like Big Daddy Pod around to make sure that the kids know what they're supposed to do before they're in the position to do it. And I think this is the boundaries thing. I think this is a perfect example because there isn't necessarily a problem with so come on, let me get a hug, depending on the relationship. But again, that is something that you must have the maturity to be able to determine in the moment. And so you start with, if it's not an emphatic yes, then it is a no. Then, you get older and you can tell the difference. I don't do that. That's a fucking yes. That's a fucking yes. All right. Shout out to Big Daddy Pod. And we got David with the $2. Thank you so very, very much. And of course, a treat for the Overlord. So we continue teach the golden rule. It isn't religious. Absolutely, we can. And that is a good example of the overlap that in general that I talk about, where exactly the golden rule is something that we should teach. Should we teach treat others the way that you want to be treated because Jesus? Or are we just teaching treat other people the way that you want to be treated? That is really the difference there. Thank you so very, very much, gentlemen. We are one donation away from the after party goal. Am I going to have to do some push-ups? Holy fuck. I might have to do some push-ups. Thank you so very, very much. So diving back in here, we were saying, the...
Can I get a hug?
No.
Why not?
Because I said so.
Why I can't get no hug?
Because I said
But it's just a hug. Why you just want to give me?
I said no.
That's crazy. What just happened? What? Hands up. What did I do wrong? Bryson.
After she said no, you kept asking and asking.
After she said no, I kept asking. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
Right. I tried to hug her anyway, right?
Yes, sir.
All that was wrong. You understand me?
Yes,
what is that called?
Boundaries.
Everybody say boundaries. Boundaries.
Thank you, gentlemen. Very much appreciated.
Boundaries.
No is a complete sentence. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
What is no?
I mean, hey, we're $3 away. We're one super chat away or one dono away. But you can still run those numbers up. We can still run those numbers up.
What is no?
A complete sentence.
No is a complete sentence. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
That goes for anybody. You, your friends, your homegirl, your mama, whatever. If somebody tells you no, what does no mean?
No.
No mean what?
No.
No means no. Oh my goodness. The Big Daddy Pod hitting the after party goal. Let's pull down this and get Morty his treat. Thank you. Give him a big one for the big 10. Thank you. So very, very much. So when my 4 sons and daughter would go out into work and other life outside of the family, they were regularly assumed to be much older than they were because they were taught to behave properly. Dilly fucking dilly. Can we not underestimate the value of good parenting, number one, but specifically fatherhood, solid fatherhood, good fathers that are there, that are in the home. That is how that is at least one way where we can literally fix society. We have seen how closely all of these things are tied to fatherlessness and single mother homes. I think this is how we at least put a dent in it. But we need more men to be men. Shout out to a Big Daddy Pod. Oh my goodness! Again, out sponsoring him. God damn self. Thank you. Where's like holy shit? Whoa, you good? You almost fell there. He's like, I was getting water. I can't keep up. The Big Daddy Pod is going hard. Thank you. So without the image and likeness of God, no one has a reason to treat others as they want to be treated. That's not self-serving. And I do agree with that. But, yeah, no, I agree with that. I just don't see an issue. I think that you can get to altruism through selfishness in a very specific way. But I don't find that to be an issue. Why is it an issue that we're doing the good things because it's self-serving? You know what I mean? I think that's hey, if we're doing the right things, then the motivation behind it is not nearly as important. But I think people on my side of the religious debate have to acknowledge that yes, that is true. And so if we're talking to Christians who do not buy into, being able to be a moral person without a God, then you have to admit, okay, I'm doing good because I want to live in a world that is good. That is selfish. But that's a lot better than doing shit that's going to lead to a worse life, right? Exactly. Again, thank you so very, very much. David said, quote, I let that bee sting me so he could look tough to his other bee friends. Is that a reference to something? Yep. Dragon said, Ayn Rand. Shout out to Ayn Rand. Being selfish is good. I agree. I agree. Thank you so very, very much. Let's dive back in here.
It's a complete sentence, but no mean no. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
Does that mean try and convince somebody?
No, sir.
Does that mean do it anyway?
No, sir.
Does that mean catch an attitude because they told us no?
No, sir.
I mean, if she's a whore, I'm just kidding.
The most respectful thing you can do as a young man is when somebody tell you no, is to say okay. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
And keep it down and be cool. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
Is Mark borrow your phone?
No.
Why not?
Because I said so.
But can I borrow your phone?
I said no.
Man, I just need to hold your phone for a second. Like,
And
you know what I
I
mean?
said no.
Talk to me. What I do wrong? Talk, Aiden. Go ahead.
You were acting tough. You were on tough.
Yeah, I was acting tough. Go ahead.
You had an attitude.
I had an attitude. Hey, big thing we want. Don't.
That attitude. Always the fucking attitude. Always the fucking attitude, right?
Want to do is catch an attitude. And the last thing, I just want y'all to remember this. The word, say convincing.
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 We are not here for that. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
We are not doing any convincing. If somebody tells us no, that is it. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
We leave it there, especially when it got something to do with their body or their things. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
So the word no means no. We should not be trying to do what?
Convincing.
No convincing. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
The word no means no. Got it?
Yes, sir.
All right, here we go. Ms. Morgan, can I get a hug?
No.
All right, cool. End the conversation. You understand that?
And don't add, well, I didn't want a hug anyway after it. Don't do that. Don't do that.
Did I catch your attitude?
No, sir.
Did I just simply just say okay?
Yes, sir.
And what will gain me more respect is if I respect her saying no. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
Because maybe next time, because I was so respectful, she might think about it next time. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
But because we were respectful, does that mean somebody owed us anything because we were respectful?
No, sir.
No, because being respectful.
Be nice now, because maybe she'll let you get it in. Nah, just kidding. Just kidding. David said, Faux Buffet and friends. Oh, Phoebe Buffet and friends. They were having an argument about self-serving good deeds. Yeah. It's a very common. Remember when the Mr. Beast video came out about we fix all these people's cataracts and da 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 da. There was a big discussion about, oh, well, he's only doing this for X, Y, and Z. He's only doing this because of lots of fucking people who could not see now can see. That sounds like a good thing to me.
Hello, good morning.
So, I mean, yes, I am willing to acknowledge that without a God, there doesn't seem to be a direct grounding in why you should not treat others the way that you want to be treated. Hold on a minute. How is it not selfish in a Christian perspective? Because what does Big Daddy said? Without the image and likeness of God, no one has a reason to treat others as they want to be treated. That's not self-serving. So if the golden rule is treat others the way you want to be treated, that is inherently selfish. That is inherently self-serving. You're treating people the way that you want to be treated. The reason that you're doing that might be because you believe in something else. But can you explain how that's not self-serving? And again, I'm with Dragon Oswald over on Rumble that being selfish is good. Dragon said, "This guy saved these kids' lives. Let's be honest." Absolutely. They are overwhelmingly, exponentially less likely to be in the prison system, to be on drugs, to be homeless, to have kids out of wedlock, all of those things just by being part of that program. I think that demonstrates an aspect of there are other ways to do things and end up with the same result. I don't know, but it seems to be that way. Oh my goodness, Big Daddy Pod. Thank you so very, very much. Let's get Morty his treats. Thank you so much, sir. And Big Daddy Pod with the big 10. Thank you so much. So problem today is single mamas can't raise boys to manhood. My blessing was Deidre, who was a submitted wife for 35 years this month and didn't stand between me and my kids when I was teaching them. Shout out to the whole family. That's honestly my dream. Since I've been a kid, I've wanted that life. And I don't want to say I'm jealous, but I'm kind of jealous. That's amazing. Thank you again for the big 10. So I got a couple more here for you. This chick is a Canadian who recently moved to the U.S. and she wanted to learn as much about the U.S. as she could, and now it's like a whole thing. Indeed, holy moly, indeed. Thank you again, sir. You just type at, and then you type their name. Instead of saying someone's, then so when you say at, and then if I put DI, then that comes up. All right. What do we got here?
Canadian living in the United States. One of the issues that I'd like to talk about a lot is the realities of living with universal healthcare. And yesterday I saw a story, and I'm not even going to hesitate to share it. It just reminds me of exactly why I speak on this topic. Now, please watch with me.
It's been 2.5 years since my wife first fled Canada to save her life in the United States from stage 4 ovarian cancer.
Here, it's quiet. I'm gonna pull this down just so we can hear the thing.
Since my wife first fled Canada. It's been 2.5 years since my wife first fled Canada to save her life in the United States from stage 4 ovarian cancer. After the Canadian healthcare system left her to die, where her only option would have been to kill herself on May because they had no treatment for her. They lied to her and said that the high-tech surgery wouldn't ever save her life, but it did. They lost her chemo requisition, so she never got started on that. She didn't even meet her Canadian oncologist. It was always by a phone. Well, he was the guy that lost her chemo requisition too. And every time she went to the hospital begging for help in the ER because her lungs were filling in with fluid and she was drowning in them, they kicked her out and sent her home with opioids because they didn't have anybody there to drain her lungs.
I mean, I'm down with the opioids. But the larger point, clearly, is that you're not getting good health care. Oh, my goodness. Again. Big Daddy. My goodness. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So very, very much. Let's get Morty his treat. Yeah. Out sponsoring himself again. So the Big Daddy Pod said, I'm old and fat, so she rubs Asper on my feet and ankles at night when we're going to bed. Not Bengay, because she knows I'm not. Dilly dilly to Deidre. You got a good man, and you seem to be a good wife. I only say seem because I don't know ya. But Big Daddy Pod is a real one. Yeah, so this guy's talking about, do we got the captions? Good. So this guy's talking about, trying to get healthcare, and they, in Canada, and they were like, just kill her. Dragon Oswald said, Asper cream saved my life. I have not heard of Asper. What even is that?
So now she's getting closer to death, and in a wheelchair, in a last-minute decision, she decides to try her luck in the United States. So now we're evacuating her from Vancouver Island on BC ferries to get her into a hospital in Seattle, where they immediately got her into the system, got her started on chemo, and gave her that life-saving high-tech surgery.
That's America, Jack. Hell yeah.
Well, during this time, I'm stuck in Canada because I'm not American, and I can't just come here for no reason like that. Can't live here. So my wife decides to come back to Canada to be with her family. And during that time, she has another medical emergency and finds herself again in a Canadian hospital, rotting and dying and nearly about to go septic.
Sounds like you should probably get out of Canada.
So again, I have to unplug her from the machines and evacuate her by car and ferry.
Oh, let me update the bane.
She's sick as a dog, puking bile this whole time. They get her to the hospital, and guess what? She is about to go septic, and they give her immediate surgery and save her life. Again.
Again.
She comes back to Canada. And guess what? The cancer's coming back now. So again, she has to leave. Over and over, this pattern continued until finally we decided enough is enough, and we got me a green card. We had to get the help of a Congress lady who rushed the entire process, start to finish, and I got a green card in less than 3 months. That's probably the fastest anybody's ever gotten a green card. Honestly. So here we are in Texas.
Yeah, but the illegal immigrants, it's such a long line, and they gotta go through so much. I bet their next thing would be like, oh, well, he's white, so that makes it whatever.
So my wife continues to do really well, getting state-of-the-art treatment. There's no maid here. Nobody talks about death. And in fact, last week, my wife is doing so well on chemo. Well, she's had already 2 recurrences, and she's going into a third remission. She's back squatting 175 pounds for 5 in the gym just last week. Does that sound
Gotta get them squats in.
like somebody who's ready to die, Canada? Does that sound like somebody who needs to kill themselves with MAID? I am so grateful to be here in the United States. I am so grateful especially to be here in Texas. I love Texas. There's state-of-the-art healthcare. There's no waiting. There's no bullshit. There's no death cult here. Just good care. I'm so, so grateful to the United States. Thank you for my green card. Thank you for having me here where I can take care of my wife.
I need people to understand
Pull that volume back down.
something. This isn't about politics. This isn't about which country is better. This is about real people, real families, real lives. I lived in Canada for over 32 years of my life. I had universal healthcare for 32 years. When I talk about universal healthcare, I'm not speaking from hate. I'm speaking from experience. Universal healthcare sounds good on paper. But when the system is overwhelmed, when there's not enough doctors, when the wait lists become life-threatening, this story is exactly what it looks like. People don't leave their country for fun. They leave because they have no other choice. And the fact that someone fighting stage 4 cancer had to cross the border to be taken seriously, that should be a concern to everyone. Had this man's beautiful wife not been a US veteran, she wouldn't have been able to come back to the United States for treatment. I had the honor and privilege of speaking with this man yesterday. And I believe that this is a story that every single person needs to hear. This is why I talk about the realities of universal healthcare. This is why I don't sugarcoat it. Because stories like this one that we just heard, they deserve to be heard. And if you want to understand what's really happening, please go watch his video. I'm going to tag him down below. People want free healthcare until they hear this. No one should have to leave their country to survive. Anyway, thank you very much.
I mean, maybe they shouldn't, but if that was what it is, then you gotta leave. So
The DoorDash.
So you guys remember the DoorDash girl that she had an order. She went to the guy's house and he was sleeping naked on his couch. She opened the door, went inside, filmed him naked, and posted that to TikTok. And there was a big to-do about whether or not she was wrong or what she really did. Was she lying? All that kind of stuff. And let's see the update.
Crucible was officially indicted on 2 felonies for the whole entire situation that happened with the DoorDash situation. And I think this is a perfect situation to look back on and see the reality of how a lot of women truthfully go and twist these stories to make it seem like something different. And there are still several women out there that even with this, even with the courts going and indicting her because they have evidence. This isn't just, what you guys saw on TikTok. They have true video evidence. On top of that, there were lawyers who came on this app explaining the legality and how she's the one that's going to go to jail. They said this ahead of time. And there were still women that were coming on this app so confident about what had happened with DoorDash girl being like she was SA. And it's scary because fortunately justice came out of this situation, but it shows the gravity of how these girls can twist these situations and how I don't even, like I said, I don't believe these girls are lying a lot of the times. I don't even think this DoorDash girl was inherently lying. I think
she was.
Really do believe this stuff. I think this girl really believes somehow she was a victim over the fact that she, saw a drunk man passed out on his couch, and, saw this. But in reality, that's not the case. That's not how it works. This is why I did a debate with some girl named like Mac or something like that. I'll put her thing below. And she was a huge supporter of DoorDash girl. Like, huge supporter. She's always on the wrong side of most of her. When I did the debate, she definitely took it the wrong way. I discussed with her how I personally wouldn't let somebody, like if I had a son her age, I would not let them hang out because I think I'd be worried about what she would, say about him, if he ever did something to make her uncomfortable. And she took that as, oh, do you think I'd falsely accuse somebody? I believe all of you psycho weirdos really believe that somehow you're a victim in these scenarios.
That's a solid point. Like, you really honestly believe that when you walked into that man's home and filmed him naked, that you were a victim? Yep.
But that's my point, is the same way I don't believe DoorDash girl really was lying necessarily. I don't believe that girl Mac, is inherently supporting somebody that she thinks is lying. I think you guys think everything that makes you guys a little uncomfortable somehow is SA. Because even with this girl being indicted, all of the different evidence, there is still a large group of women that somehow think, no, this girl was SA'd when she did the illegal activity. But that's just my opinion. But hey.
Hey, shout out to Kelly Green. Welcome to the party. Yeah, he's one of these guys that talks about how he used to be homeless, alcoholic, and this, that, and the other. And then he decided to take more care. He cleaned up his skin. He got his teeth fixed. Started working out. All that stuff, and he does the fucking the little chops in his eyebrows. And he wears color contacts and lifts in his shoes, which I will not do. But welcome. Got a couple more for ya. So yeah, DoorDash girl is fucked. You guys know Nate Friedman? He's another one of these man on the street type.
The DoorDash.
That's not it.
So the
shout out to clavicle style or clavicular style. Nah, he's definitely not gay. This man fucks. From what I can tell. Welcome. So yeah, Nate Friedman. You guys know Nate Friedman.
reason that
Can you shut up? It's so annoying.
Oh my god.
I'm exposing one professional protester for every 100 followers I get.
Do you feel like Republicans want to kill Jews?
Yes. They want to kill Jews. They want to kill black people. They want to kill brown.
Can I just ask your credentials and what you're
my name is Nate. I just have a YouTube channel.
Nate, so we don't know what side Nate.
We don't know which side he is. And shout out to the Indian dude here.
Let him. I don't care.
Just so you know, I'm with a group that is just pointing out that there are some.
I'm with a group that's paid to not let people speak because I'm for
folks here who will take words and
Let
turn
them do it.
into-
I don't care.
Let us have a conversation.
I don't care.
I
don't give a shit. Let them deport me.
He's like, bitch, shut the fuck up. And I'm a grown ass man. I'll say what the fuck I want to say.
Who the fuck?
But of course, you got the white savior. Oh, you're just a brown man. You don't understand.
Who cares about these? These are fucking. These are cunts who have no fucking balls and they will troll. Let them troll. I don't care. I don't give a shit.
Based.
I'm giving you fair warning.
I know that. I don't give a shit.
Who is she with? Why is she not letting you talk?
I don't care about trolls like Charlie Kirk, Fuentes, and these. I don't give a shit.
Can I ask who are you with? Can I ask who are you with?
Thank you.
Who are you with?
I'm with America.
No, but you asked me who am I with, so I'm asking you who are you with?
Well, you're acting like a reporter with a.
I am a reporter.
Yeah, okay.
You want to see my press credentials?
I want you to.
Wait, here's my press credentials.
Okay, thank you.
Got him.
Okay, so who are you with?
I'm right now I'm representing myself and I'm representing the folks at Rise and Resist too.
Rise and Resist. Why don't we take a little look at what Rise and Resist actually is? Why don't we see riseandresist.org? They're an org because, you know, they're serious. Rise and Resist is a non-violent direct action group committed to opposing, disrupting, and defeating any government act that threatens democracy, equality, and our civil liberties. The easiest way to get involved is to check out our calendar and join us. We'll have signs and friendly folks awaiting for you. So if you ever wondered how 2 days after a news story, there's thousands of people with well-made signs, Rise and Resist. We'll have signs and friendly folks waiting for you. I'm going to open that in a new tab, but we'll see here. The virtual meetings? No way. No way. Hold on. I got to sign up for this. Holy shit. Obviously not doing that in front of you, fruitcakes, but open that in a new tab. Boom, boom, boom. All right, let's see what else they got. Every Tuesday, Fox propaganda made the Trump coup possible. For nearly 30 years, Rupert Murdoch's right-wing lie factory has brainwashed millions of Americans and set the stage for this GOP billionaire coup. Now, Fox is Trump. Fox is Trump State TV, full stop. Join us and push back against the most destructive immigrant to ever... Yeah, what? Join us and push back against the most destructive immigrant to ever hit our shores? That seems kind of racist. Do we get free whistles if we sign up? Probably. Probably. Daddy is not coming on anything. This is insane. Every Thursday. Oh, so that's just the Tuesdays. That's just Tuesday. We protest at Fox Lies HQ every Tuesday. Every Thursday. Thursdays, we hold a silent vigil for those who have been murdered and abducted by ICE. The three of them. Every fucking Thursday. Nearly 60 people have died at the hands of ICE since Trump has taken office. I guarantee if we look up these people's stories, then it's not just going to be like, oh, well, they decided to fucking kill him. We already know that's the case. That's not the case with Renee Good. Merch. Oh, they got merch. You'll see what their merch is. And of course, Act Blue. It's a big club. And you ain't in it. Let's see what the merch is like. Fuck ICE, bro. Fuck Trump, fuck fashion, fuck ICE, fuck MAGA, fuck war, fuck genocide. Elevators are for everyone. Invoke the 25th. Believe the women. Fuck the patriarchy. Impeach, convict, remove. ICE out. An upside down flag. Fuck ICE from fuck Trump, fuck ICE for just $30. You can be the most basic bitch that you ever did see. Liberty and justice for all, except for the people that we don't like. Protect your neighbor unless they're MAGA or ICE. Resist hate, resist cruelty, resist corruption, resist lies, resist ignorance, resist tyranny, resist despair, rise and resist. Oh, and we've got the obligatory good trouble. Immigrants are welcome here. I would pay good money. I would pay good money to talk to anybody who has purchased the Immigrants Are Welcome Here and ask them how many immigrants are in their homes. Why would I? No, this is no. This is the other side. I might get on a list and be like, "Wow, this guy is awesome. He's part of the club." That's the only list I'm going to get on for a year. So Fox is state news, but every other network that is in lockstep is free and fair, right? Now you're getting it. Now you're getting it. What? Let's see. Is it here? Do they have an everybody's gay? Rise and resist. No, everybody's gay. All right. What does their calendar look like? Jesus Christ. It goes by the day. So today we had the Fox News protest, and then 7 to 9 p.m. They had the in-person Zoom and all that stuff. Then tomorrow they've got stuff from 4 to 8. That's half the day. Only 1 hour for the immigration vigil. Friday, they have to say their names, which I imagine is exactly the same thing, but slightly different context. Then they taken Saturday off. And then Sunday, a climate group meeting. I mean, what are we doing? What are we doing? Yeah, that's for this side. That's for this side, Dig. You have to learn. This is what we're trying to understand. They want people to be doing this. They want people to sign up for this. They're not going to punish people for signing up for this. This is what they want. They want you there. To think that supporting Act Blue would get you on the domestic terrorist list without actually doing anything is a complete misunderstanding of the cultural landscape right now. And this is how they win. This is how they win. Cuck. You're a fucking cuck. Fucking cuck. All right, what else we got here? Was that the last one? All right, we got one more. A little bit of a funny one. I'll throw it on here. Funny one, but also please pay attention here. Please pay attention here. Because if you eat Chinese food or any kind of ethnic food, that's what they want you to think. That's adorable. Oh yeah, just in the last 2 years, just because Kash Patel was in there and Dan Bongino spent 5 minutes there, they flipped it. Now it's the lefties.
Come on, man.
Be smarter. Come on, you know that's not how it works. So this is a prank, but
Safety board. We just got to do a quick inspection.
Yeah, hold on. Give him one.
Gotcha.
We want like notified.
Yeah, it's not a notified. We do pop-up inspections.
Oh, yeah.
What's your name?
Ken.
Your local, your local Chinese spot.
Stairs need to be swept. No. Stairs need to be swept. Come check bathroom.
Bathroom.
Yeah.
That's hilarious. I hit my at the same time they did it.
That's not good. This is not good.
This is not good. Yeah, I know.
Yeah, you gotta clean the shit.
Yeah, I know.
They haven't even gotten to the kitchen.
I'm using that for food. Oh, no, are you using that for food?
Oh, wow. Oh, it's your food. That's a Sunday. I take it dirty Sunday. Take it.
Wait, what? What is it? What?
Oh, it's your food. That's a Sunday.
Are they using what for food? Okay, maybe that's just.
And take it 30 Sunday, take it all away. Not for food.
Ding dong, bong dong. Ding dong.
Okay.
Ding bong,
Can you
ding
see the
dong.
kitchen?
And here's the kitchen.
This, yeah, what is this?
That's a clean that.
Yeah, you have to clean that.
Yeah, I know.
You gotta clean.
And what even is this?
I know, yeah.
This, what the fuck?
Papers and egg rolls and wrappers in the same thing. Why? And a nail clipper? That's a nail clipper! Oh!
Egg rolls and paper. This is not how you properly store something.
Yeah, I know. It's too cramped.
Let's get over here. Yeah, that's a hazard.
Yo, that giant ass fucking bowl of meat. I can't see the goddamn bar.
Let's get over here. Yeah, that.
Look at that! What the fuck? A giant bowl of meat on the floor.
That's a hazard.
Nothing is clean, sir. Like nothing at all. Nothing is clean.
This gotta get off the floor.
Yeah.
Pick this up. This
just on the floor.
Has to get off the floor. Yeah, you gotta pick that up.
And just disgusting. Not a clean surface anywhere.
That gotta get picked up.
I had to put a container, yeah.
Open shit up here.
You gotta pick that up.
Whatever this is, again on the floor.
Can't be stored.
That looks like egg. That looks like an egg in flour.
On the floor.
And so I mean, like, yeah, they're pranking because they're not actually a registered inspection agency, but seems like a public service to me.
Pick that up, yeah.
Oh, so you picked it off the floor and you put it on the cutting board. Should have just left it on the floor at that point. Look at him. It's on the floor. On the floor. Onto the cutting board.
Pick that up, yeah.
Get under here. It's very dirty under there.
Hey, yo. If you've ever worked in a restaurant. Wow.
Oh my god.
At all.
Oh my.
Apparently.
Yeah.
I gotta have a picture of it.
Yeah.
Pick that food up. Pick that food up.
More food on the ground. And an open container of whatever the fuck this is. And he's probably going to pick it up and put it on a table surface.
No food can be on the ground.
Yeah. On the cutting board. Again.
I know. I gotta clean it. I clean it. Yeah. I gotta like not clean it. Yeah. I don't know what that.
Bugs.
Bugs right here.
Surprised? Me neither.
You seen it. It's okay. You don't have to lie.
It was a roach. You said it was roaches?
It was.
Like, you know, like on God, like it was roaches?
It was on God. I saw it. He seen it.
On God, bro. On God.
Was it roaches?
It was one. Yeah. Okay. I like that honesty.
When was the last pest control check?
He said I like that honesty.
Huh?
When was the last pest control check?
I don't know. Got the thing right here.
Is this a...
What?
Office or a restaurant? I'm just like, this is crazy.
Look at all this shit on the floor. It's like, oh my god.
Already got the thing right here. The food safety program. We got all of that.
No, we do pop-up inspections.
Yeah, that's what I tried to explain to him. He said they came 6 months ago. Of course.
2 months. So in 2 months, either an actual inspector went to that restaurant and was like, cool. Or they've gotten that bad in 2 months.
They came 6 months.
I don't even. They came 2 months ago.
Yeah, they already tell us that they do this only every 6 months up to 1 year.
We don't want to tell you the exact date for you to prepare.
This is like an office/restaurant.
Like this. No wonder why you
A restaurant office.
guys don't let people come in because of this. We need to improve and we need to work on something.
Like just in general. Ugh.
You guys should be worried about something else other than numbers.
Yeah, this food gotta.
Oh! I don't know if this is landing the same for people who have never worked in a restaurant and like have a frame of reference for what the back of a restaurant is supposed to be. But the standards are very strict, and this ain't it. Did I miss this from Dragon Oswald? Said, guys, Canada is dystopian as fuck. Whatever you do, just don't become like Canada. I can't describe how hopeless things are here. I mean, people are dying at the hands of the government. Here, we're dying at the hands of the Chinese. But there, the government's doing it to them.
Yeah, no more food on the ground. That's just. Yeah, this is crazy.
Damn.
You dropped this, did you?
Yes. This prank thing I don't like. Where what do you guys think of this? So this is a money prank where they have an envelope with fake money, and they just come to, oh, did you drop this? Let's see. They said I've been a plumber for the last 20 years, and I've worked in my local Japanese and Mexican restaurant. They do pretty damn good. Well, at least we know it's not a strictly a foreign people thing. It's just some people are nasty. Some people are nasty. Dick said, worst food poisoning I ever had was from a Chinese restaurant. Me too. Now, I do think that is because I tried to eat it. I ordered Chinese. Like, this was in college where, you know, like, you order Chinese because that's the cheapest fucking thing. And so you get like $5.99 for the lunch thing where they just pack the rice and the General Tso's or whatever you get into that plastic container. I'm a small dude. So one of those lunch specials, that's just like a regular thing. It was shrimp fried rice too. Yep. I let it, that's like, that's at least 2 meals for me. Sometimes like 2 meals plus a little bit of a snack. But I think I got it later in the day, and then I had some later on that night, and then later the next day, I tried to eat it. And usually I'm fine. Like, I don't give a shit about, you know, when you, especially, again, working in restaurants, you realize, how dirty most shit even is. You know, like, that was bad compared to what it's supposed to look like. But even when it looks good, like, restaurants are dirty. All right, restaurants are dirty. Ain't nobody fucking cleaning your shit that well. The dishwasher doesn't speak English and is getting paid $3 an hour. He fucking sprays the. Yeah, restaurants are not clean. But I think that one was my fault because rice. I didn't know that rice can build bacteria very quickly. So I think they like 24 hours. It can be moldy. And I mean, yeah, add shrimp to the mix and not good. So, all right, let me know what you guys think of this type of prank. I think it potentially could expose something interesting about people, or you think it's just bullshit.
You dropped this, did you? You want a little money? You ain't got. What do you do for a living?
I'm a nurse.
Oh.
She's like, oh yeah, that's my money. She's like, oh, I'm a nurse. Yeah, nurses make money like that.
Can I get a reward for finding it, like a little finder's fee?
There's no change.
Oh, I seen some singles in there. Thank you. Thank you. Wait, what's your name?
My name is Cece.
Cece? Why I say PW on the envelope? It say PW.
I just went to the bank, baby. You think I'm lying?
No, put it
on. Did you
on God.
Oh, okay. I just went to the bank.
Put it on God.
Wait, I pull that back. Pull that back. Shit, I just went to the bank. Is that on God?
Oh, okay. I just went to the bank.
Put it on God.
I just went to the bank at Walmart.
Oh,
Wood
okay.
Forest Bank.
What herpes mans mean?
I just got that off the counter here.
It say herpes like somebody writ that on there.
I promise you. I just came out of here. You want to go back over there with me? I promise you.
Yeah, let's go back over there.
Oh, you don't put stuff on God?
Oh God! I just came from the bank.
Okay. All right. I'm happy I found your envelope.
Envelope of money?
Yeah.
Let me.
Oh, so now they got a second person come in as part of the prank. Be like, hey, any guys seen an envelope of money?
See it. What's the name on it? PW?
Yeah.
My name is Pay Williams. That is my money. Give me this. That's my money. I just gave him. Okay. Well,
Oh no,
where's my envelope?
She just says her money.
Where's
This is in the envelope.
Yeah,
though.
it had signatures. I just had it out of here or whatever. Where's my envelope? I just dropped my envelope or whatever. So, where's my money?
Is it hundreds in there?
Where's my money, bitch? You gotta earn that shit. You gotta be like Dick and drink hard for the money. Work hard for the money.
There's a whole bunch of hundreds in there.
The bank at Walmart.
Yeah, this is yours.
Y'all just tried y'all.
We didn't try nothing.
This is crazy.
Nah, this is crazy for y'all.
No, that's crazy for you. I just came from the bank.
No,
I don't know how to properly express the inverse of the caucasity. You know, by caucasity. This is the opposite of that.
it clearly shows that y'all are doing some sneaky shit.
Boy,
No, I'm not doing nothing sneaky. What? I thought.
fuck out that story.
I thought you said it was yours.
Yes.
Should we tell on him?
I'm about to.
Let's tell on him.
My son is outside.
You about to call your son?
Yep.
Yeah. Did you drop this envelope of money?
One more.
Oh my goodness.
Man, what do you do for a living? There's all them hundreds in there. You work?
Resources.
Have a reward for finding it for you?
Yeah.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Appreciate you.
Thank you.
Only $2?
Yeah, that's. I help you say.
What's your name?
Denise.
Denise, wait, why does it say PW? The initials say PW.
PW.
Yeah, the initials say PW on the envelope. I'm happy I found it for you. Have a good one.
Me too.
Envelope over there in the other aisle.
Wait.
Can I see the envelope name or anything?
What does it say?
What
Does
does
that matter?
What does it say on the front?
Does that really matter though?
Yeah.
PW.
Got him.
Oh, yeah.
It's yours.
Yeah, she gave me this.
Yeah,
Okay. Wait.
Oh
wait,
yeah,
I
you
thought said
out
it was
now.
yours.
You out
Wait,
now,
no.
bitch.
I thought you said it was yours. Wait, why?
Got him.
Why you take something that's yours? Oh, okay. You dropped this envelope of money.
Got
It's yours.
him. All right. So here's what I'm gonna do. Make sure I copy that. That's actually going to go in the free chat if anybody else wants to sign up for Rise and Resist so that we can get into these Zoom meetings, record them, and have a lot of fun making fun of them. I think that is a good idea. Dick says a great prank. I'm not sure. Because I do think that, you know, you're not really, there's definitely pranks that are like pranks. That's like, you're just annoying people. But this has something to it. And it's showing that people are shady. I don't know. Yeah. All right, guys. Well, thank you so very much for hanging out. It is time. Oh, you guys would totally forget. I could just leave. So no, they have it's fake money. It's fake money. And yeah, that's there's a lot of pranks that are just antagonistic and disruptive and all that kind of stuff. And it's kind of bullshit. But I think this at least demonstrates something about society. So no. Oh wait, I meant to pull this one. Not real money. Oh Jesus. What happened? Am I frozen? Come on. Where are we? It's not working. Okay, that's working. StreamYard just stopped. It won't let me pull up or down any fucking up. There we go. Yep, up. Yeah, it's fake. I did. Thank you so very much. Did I get it right? We have so we started with 5, 10, 15, 15, 20, 32. How did I get 47 out of 32? David and said, wait, I feel stupid. Yeah, it was Big Daddy and David. Did I mix it up? I was about to do extra. 5, 10, 15, 20, 40, 42. All right, so I had it wrong. There we go. 42 guys. Thank you so very much. And I was going to say, I easily could have just been like, okay, good night, guys. Because you forgot. But I am a man of my word. And if I have push-ups to do, I will do those push-ups. Actually, wait, let's do this. Wait. It seems to sound better when I do it like this. All right, 42 is 21 push-ups. Let's go. Let's try to make these legit push-ups. You paid, guys. Now it's time to pay yourself.
Shadows gather where the truth once stood. A kingdom of confusion carved out of falsehood. Body walks through the ruins like a prophet reborn. A voice wants to fire, a mind on its guard. The chaos watches with an all-seeing glare. Guardian of reason in a world unaware. When the overlord stalls at the edge of the frame, the faithful rise up, they already know his name. I'm here to resurrect the second coming of common sin. I've come to wake the sleeping, the church will bring the fed. No hurdles, no illusions, no hollow interference. Here to resurrect the second coming of common sin.
Good luck. Let's fucking go! That's what I'm saying. When we got the when I have a lower number, then I can easily do well, yeah, but we just I don't know where I had that mixed up, but I showed everything. We had 5, 10, 15, 20. Oh. Okay, hold on. All right. 5, 10, 15. I'm going to come back to that so we are on good numbers. So we have 15, 20, 30, 40, 5, and 7. Okay. So what did I do? I did 21. So I owe you. We'll just do another 5. Let's do another 5. You know what? Oh, good luck. There we go. Now we're good. We did extras. There we fucking go. Thank you so very, very much, guys. And a shout out to all of the donations. You guys are amazing. Thank you so very, very much. Wait, when did this come in? Did I completely miss this? Problem today, single moms can't raise boys to manhood. Okay, no, I did read that. Word up. I was like, oh shit, did I miss? But thank you guys so very, very much. I really, really do appreciate it. Oh, we don't want to do that. We want to do that. And that's the thing. That's why I have the regular stream goal at 15 donations. So like $15, $15.99 will be enough to hit the goal. And then at least I have push-ups to do, and then you can add on to it after. But that's specifically why I created a dual thing. So it's not about, oh, you got to spend mad money. You just got to get in there, work together. We usually have at least 10 people here at a time. And so if y'all be like, okay, I got $2 today. Yo, you going to be here on Wednesday? Work together. I don't think one time we've hit the stream goal, the 15 donation stream goal, without hitting the dollar amount first. And I'm letting you know that that dollar amount is going to keep going up as we move on We just upped it to 75, so I'm good for a while. But I'm just saying. So thank you so very, very much for hanging out, guys. I really do appreciate it. I know that you can be doing anything else in the world, and yet here you are hanging out with me and Morty, and that means the world. So thank you, thank you, thank you so very, very much. Once again, guys, that is Morty the Overlord, and I have been your host, Lutch, a.k.a. the Indian Jesus, here to resurrect the second coming of common sense. Until next time, guys, we are out of here. Peace.